Did you see Mamdani's FDR style polling? Check Pix 11, a local news station. Yeah, he's unbelievably popular. Zoran don't even fuck with you no more, Unc. He didn't hate you for his stream. Yeah, I think that he wanted to do something where people would pay attention to just the stream and not the fact that he was doing it with me and have 750 million articles written about how he is the worst anti-Semite and how he is partnering up with Osama bin Laden to unveil his new initiative, which is precisely what New York media would have done if he were to do it with me. And instead he did it with someone who doesn't have an ADL page yet. But he's regretting that now. I mean, yeah, it's it didn't end up, launching very well, but it's growing pains. I think it was pretty good overall. Like I've said, if there's a politician who could technically do this consistently, it would be Zohran Kwame. Oh my God, what is this gut? Oh my God. Oh my God. What is happening here? I couldn't even read the fact. I know this clip is about Donald Trump being like, I'm a piece of shit father and I hate my stupid loser son. Fuck him. But what's a lot funnier is that this guy's gut is just so prominent in this video. What the frick? Belly button protruding. Barney Frank, nipples protruding. He died disrespectfully. Right? Okay, well, guess what? This is also disrespectful. You got a homie back there behind you with his tummy's nipple protruding. That's awesome. That guy's got to be a cop, right? I love guys like this. Am I weird for this? Before you guys say yes, hear me out. When I see unique bodies like this, I love it. I genuinely cherish it. Like Stephen Chung, Donald Trump's social media guy, he is perfectly shaped. And when I see someone like this with a tummy nipple protruding, a belly button that's just like, he's looking M-preg. I'm like, that's awesome. Because anyone can abuse GLP-1s and peptides and steroids and look sexy, right? Anyone can do that. But building a body like this, because his belly is rock solid, okay? It's all fat, but it's also definitely rock solid, right? Did you use the AirPod mic to record this, Law? Fuck. Did the recording sound terrible on my end?
Hassan Pike, people, lesser employer, first, and that's a
that moment where they think, oh, we finally have converted. How did that happen? What the fuck? Why does this sound so tinny? Oh no. How does this keep happening? I'm a fucking professional broadcaster. I wish they would have told me. You made the front page of the Danish news? Yeah, I saw. I don't know why. I really wanted to read this article, but I couldn't get past the paywall. But it's Moderne Tider. Kan han redde den amerikanske venstrefløj? And for some reason, this is it. Can he save the American left? That's what the title is. I'm Dutch, but I couldn't read it at all. I just Moderne Tider, my favorite Dutch newspaper. Isn't this picture owned by a magazine? Yeah, I don't know. I guess they have different IP rules in fucking Denland in Dutchia, Danish. Oh, it's Danish. Sorry. Oops. I fucked up. Dutch equals Danish. You learned it here first. It's all the same, bro. Come on. Can I be racist against Scandinavians for a brief moment? I'm going to be very sincere. Okay. All of the countries that are up there, they're all the same. Okay, they're literally all the same. You have robust social safety nets. Everyone will literally argue till the end of time about how different and unique their culture is. I'm an American. I'm fucking stupid. From where I'm standing, it's just like all of that is the same to me. Okay. And yes, it's all the Netherlands. It's all Scandinavia. Yeah, people are like, no, Netherlands is not Scandinavia. I don't care. It's all the same. It's that thing. And when you point to that thing, everyone understands, okay? Like when you point to that thing, everyone understands exactly what you're talking about, which is like the tall Europe whites, okay? They're taller, Vikings in the history and robust social safety nets, like somehow social democracy worked over there, okay? That's it. It's just like it's bikes. There's bikes everywhere too. You're embarrassing yourself. Law? No, I know. I mean, I'm joking, but I'm also kind of not joking. You know what I mean? Like everything north of here. I'll pull up a fucking map of Europe. Okay. Europapa. Europapa. Okay. Hold on. Fuck. Actually, you know what? Let's do map of Europe images. Okay. Hold on. Open image in new tab. Edit image with Adobe Express. Okay, what the fuck is this? Remove background? No, I don't want to fucking... What is happening, man? Why? Why can't I just draw on shit with Adobe Express? None. You use Adobe Express? I don't know. Look. Okay. Anything north of Germany, including the Netherlands, okay, excluding the United Kingdom and excluding the Balkans, is Scandinavian, Nordic, whatever the fuck, okay? Like Norway, Sweden, Finland, these countries, Denmark, Netherlands, all of them have the same vibe, okay? Or Baltics, sorry. Did I say Balkans? Fuck, I'm fucking up today. Okay, hard start. So, from my perspective, if I were to just like chop up a region, if I were to say like, oh, there's this region here, like Denmark and the Netherlands, I think fits in the concept of like Nordic adjacent, Nordic style Scandinavian country. Okay. I know it's technically not true, but everything past the point of Germany, like everything north of Germany that isn't an Eastern European country, like considered an Eastern Bloc country, Eastern European country, they got the same fucking vibes, right? They got the vibes of a country that drives to work with bikes, great public transit, robust social safety nets, social democracy, and they all have like similar vibes. They're tall, okay, and they have just genuinely very strange food choices that I don't personally understand because I don't eat a lot of seafood, and even if I were to be a seafood eater, I feel like the type of seafood they eat over there is very weird, right? Like these guys eat as though the Vikings are about to rape and pillage the land again, even though they are the Vikings themselves, right? Like, you know how sometimes people will say, like, British people, the war is over. Like, you don't have to eat like this, right? It's even more weird in these kinds of countries where they eat as though there is still a war going on, but the war is in the 12th century. You know? Like, oh, my favorite type of food is onion on a piece of bread. And also, if I'm feeling a little crazy, I will go and open up my tin can of fermented fish. that's not allowed for travel. It's not safe for travel because it's basically a biohazard. It's like, what? Why are you eating like this? You know what I mean? You don't have to eat salted, fermented fish any longer. We're in 2026. You don't got a fucking Taco Bell? What the fuck are you doing? Get a Taco Bell. Open up a Taco Bell. I feel like if they opened up Taco Bells in these countries that I call broadly Scandinavian, Nordic countries, it probably would kill half the population, honestly, because they would be like, what are these flavors? I've never had one. What is this flavor? This is not like my regular meal of one slice of toast. And also, sometimes if I'm feeling fancy, fermented fish. No, it would kill them, like introducing a new germ to the Indians. Yeah. But yeah, all these countries, from my perspective as a stupid American, and I recognize it. Like, I'm not intelligent. I'm an American, okay? And I think that's just how it goes, right? When you're an American, you're kind of dumb, and it is what it is. You just are not supposed to understand geography. Oh, Greenland and Iceland also obviously a part of this equation as well. They also are like kind of Scandinavian, Nordic. Like, it doesn't, like they're all the same. Like, it's all Viking countries to a certain degree, to varying degrees. And the more you move away from the heart of like Viking country, which is obviously this area right here, the more you move away from that, the more like Slavic you become, the more Eastern European you become. Like, I know while I was having this conversation, there was probably like the 8 Estonians that are in the chat that are like really excited, right? Because they were thinking, oh, now is our time. Like, will he say we're a part of it? No. If you're Estonian, you're not a part of this equation. You are Eastern European, okay? I know that there was like Latvians, maybe some Estonians that were like, will he say we're also part of this like northern Scandinavian equation? We're kind of like that, right? We're Estonia. We have internet. We have we do vote by internet. I mean, think about how cool that is. High-speed broadband. Estonia, 56% women in the country. It's fantastic, right? Come on, it's not like the rest of those nasty Eastern European countries. We're different. It's like, no, you're Eastern European. Enjoy your fucking sexy women. That's, majority women country. Enjoy your country with high-speed broadband. But, from a dumb American's perspective, it still doesn't change anything for me. More internet than Poland is true. EU persona non grata visa status now. Oh my God, they have a Reddit. Look. This is, why isn't Estonia considered a Nordic country? They have strong ties to Finland. They also follow the Nordic model. And besides, Estonia has nothing to do with the other Baltic countries. I fucking knew it. Hassan's entire take on the Nordo zone. Bad food, hot women. I mean, some of the coolest people too. I feel like this entire zone is comprised of people who like to go to raves and have like unbelievably woke opinions on a litany of issues, and then like straight up the worst kind of foreign policy you've ever seen or heard, because they're just like terrified of the USSR. Obviously, this is mostly Finnish people that I'm talking about. Like, they'll just be like, I'm actually a real communist. I'm a communist. I love communism, except I will fight to death to oppose the Russian Federation because they want to do the USSR again, and that means they're going to come and invade. So I've been training in the woods to make sure that I have my winter fighting gear. I'm training in the woods to make sure that we can fight back against the Russian incursion. Cucumber Femme. Have you ever been to Estonia? It's extremely nice. Can you please move on from cringe European takes and talk about important stuff? No. Yeah. American defaultism is so funny. Yeah, no, I'm just giving you my unvarnished, very stupid American take here, okay? That's just what it is. And obviously, as an American, my word is basically the new rules, okay? That's how it goes. Sorry. We are stupid. We're dumb. and we spend a good deal of money on our military, which means when we have dumbass opinions, you have to live with that dumbass opinion. Okay. Silence. Euroid, an American is talking. An Amerifat is talking. Okay. Nice clip-on tie, chuddy, chud maxer. It's not chud maxing to have a fucking clip-on tie, okay? Anyway, you're literally Turkish. You can't even get into Europe. That's true. That is also true. I am, but I was talking like an Amerifat right now. Okay, I was talking like an Amerifat. It's true, though, my family called me a Russian lover after I said I'm a socialist. Yeah. Estonia is funny. They have one piano manufacturer, and it's called Estonia Law. How do you even know about Estonian leftist tropes? I'm online a lot. Also, I got a doctorate in racism, and a big part of that. A lot of people think when you get a doctorate in racism, okay, when you're Dr. Jihad, when you get a PhD in racism, sorry, that it's simply, it just means that you know how to be racist to non-white groups. But like, are you actually brave enough to figure out how to be racist to white people? You know, as a PhD, my racism PhD knows no bounds. Like there's definitely a good deal of like anti-white racism that I've also learned as well. I'm a learned racist. Like don't even get me started on the Balkans. Right? Because when we get down to the Balkans, I mean, those guys are basically like, that's the OG, right? Like that is the most advanced version. The Balkans are basically like the Balkans are basically the India of being racist to dudes that live in the same exact neighborhood and look the exact same and sound the exact same and eat the same exact food. You know how like in India, there are so many different racism variants where you're like, what the fuck is going on? That's the Balkans. The Balkans are the white guy version of that. Anyway, why is India always catching strays? I mean, we're talking about racism. You think India doesn't get a mention? I mean, what are you talking about? You gotta give a shout out to the OGs. You know what I mean? Like they're cooking up new methods, or when I say I dusted the tomes for the oldest versions of racism, that's what I'm talking about. So, don't know why we went on this tangent. We went on this journey, but fuck it, it's Friday. Let's get started with someone who's not having such a great Friday, Donald Trump's ugly ass children who he despises.
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, you know, this is not.
He's talking about attending his son's wedding, dude. And I can't stop looking at this gut. I know this is a really funny moment where the president is openly demonstrating his contempt for his ugly child. But I can't get over this belly with the fucking with the Audi protruding from the t-shirt. Like this is the type of perfect dad bod that you know, to the uninitiated, it looks like he's MPreg, right? But that's not the case. This is the kind of gut that you cultivate. You know, when people say like, oh, I'm cultivating mass, like that is what this guy has done without even trying to cultivate mass, right? This is natty. And you, even if you tried, you probably would have a hard time actually developing a body shape like this. And my favorite type of body specifically because it's insanely dense. Okay. That man is all fat. Like that belly is all fat, right? It's also the most dense man you've ever seen. Okay. Like you slap that belly, you can bounce quarters off that shit. Okay. There is no give to it. Okay. There is no elasticity to it. It is just the densest material anyone has ever seen, anyone has ever encountered. It's solid mass and it's all fat. Not even a little bit of muscle.
Not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No,
What?
But he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
In my headcanon, he's talking about his son. My son, he's a person I've known for a very long time. You know, maybe, perhaps too long. Some might say. Some might say perhaps too long.
A very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Wait, is he? Wait, is he talking about? Wait, what?
News, of course, I'm talking about. No, but he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Oh my God. I know he was trying to say, you know, he's marrying a person I've known for a very long time, but he fucked it up. And it literally just comes out as him talking about his son. You know, he's a person I've known perhaps for too long. Perhaps for too long. Many people are saying, why do you know your son for this long? And I say, have you seen the guy? Have you seen him? He's not the best. He's not the best.
Mr. President, actually to add to the art, I just actually passed by it on my...
Yeah, Barney Frank unfortunately died the other day after going on the Jake Tapper show to be like, hey, by the way, my final wish is that the Democratic Party pivot more to the center. And then he died. And Barney Frank, of course, is like the famous recipient of the Trump rant. Barney Frank was on the floor of Congress, nipples protruding, very disrespectful, if you guys recall. And if Barney had stayed alive for like a couple more days, if he hadn't used like his last moments on Jake Tapper, he probably would have extended his life, his lifespan maybe a couple days, so he could see the belly nipple protruding right behind him, right behind Donald Trump. You know. Yeah, this is the famous Barney Frank. Looked disgusting, nipples protruding in his blue shirt before Congress. Very, very disrespectful. Wait, what the fuck, dude? I wish I could put my mouth around the Audi. I mean, it is a perfect Audi. It is a perfect Audi. I kind of understand what Brace is saying. Like, I feel like that's the type of Audi. That's the type of Audi that needs its own space. Like, you need to just like maybe get like a little slit and just like open up a little slit, like a little pocket, like a window, so the Audi can just like protrude out, you know, like boop. I mean, give it some air, you know? Am I crazy? Motherfucker built like Star Genie from Mario Party 4. He does. I don't know what's going on there, but he really does. When you suck on that Audi, smoked milk comes out. Ew. In pediatrics, we would consider that a likely umbilical hernia and probably intervene with surgery. Yeah, when we talk about sucking on that little Audi, that's what we're talking about. It's a surgical intervention. It's necessary. What is this? Donald Trump.
We have the. But you need a place like this.
I love the chatter that immediately went AI. Yeah, really. Thank you. Thank you for informing me that Donald Trump didn't actually, in real life, suck the Audi of a man in the middle of the Oval Office during his 12 p.m. Eastern news conference amidst taking questions from the motherfucking press pool. This is fake? What? Let's be honest. Would that be the craziest thing he's done? Yes. Yes, it would be, Megaphonics. Yes, this would literally be the craziest thing he's ever done. If this was the... Like, I know you're trying to make a broader point about like how crazy he is, but like, yeah, no, this would probably take the cake, I think. On camera. Anyway, I'm a numbers guy. Okay, so I grokked it. I ChatGPT it. ChatGPT says this is not fake. Okay, it's very scary times. Welcome to Valuetainment. Very scary times happening right now. And I grokked it. I ChatGPT it, and I found out it's actually real. Donald Trump is sucking on the Audi. Donald Trump is sucking on the Audi of the guy standing behind him, protruding his belly nipple, okay? But honestly, I'm a numbers guy. And the way I see it, if it's looking so tasty, you got to suck on it, okay? Yeah. Trump is skipping Don Jr.'s wedding this weekend and will stay at the White House. I'm expecting developments in the Iranian arena. Yes. The real reason why Donald Trump is not going to his son's wedding is probably part of the reason why Tulsi Gabbard is quitting. We're going to talk about that in a second. Actually, let's just get into that. I'm skipping the Mamdani live stream thing, and we're going right into Tulsi Gabbard is resigning as the director of national intelligence. Now, a couple things I do want to point out. Okay. A couple things I do want to point out here. This is, again, alongside Joe Kent. These are two of the highest profile resignations that have taken place in this administration and in really any administration, right? I mean, obviously, there's been high profile resignations in the past throughout American history. I'm sure there's been something similar to this in the past, but like, it certainly didn't take place in the Biden administration. And I do think it's important. I do think it's important to recognize that. I suspect that there was probably some inside pressure as well. I don't know if Tulsi Gabbard was like, I'm falling on my sword because I'm, calling out this administration's actions against Iran. But yeah, Nixon. Okay, dude. That doesn't, we're talking about something entirely different now. Okay. Now here's what's going on. Is this a resignation born out of a principled commitment to the anti-war movement? Or is this basically a firing by a different name? And if it is a firing by a different name, is it still because Tulsi Gabbard took a principled stance at times, or would potentially present a threat to what the administration is trying to communicate to the broader public? Because Tulsi Gabbard famously is the anti-Iran, anti-war hawk. We should only advance wars that are beneficial for us. Not exactly an anti-imperialist, mind you, but the type of person, kind of not dissimilar Marjorie Taylor Greene, that says like, oh, we should actually only engage in wars that are good and no wars that are bad. I have a suspicion that she was forced out. But even though she was forced out, my suspicion is she was forced out because internally she might have been causing a little bit of a fuss, right? Causing a little bit of responsible for some chaotic moments internally. So I could see that. Being part of the problem. All right, but let's take a look at what CNN is saying right now. Hold on, I'm getting some text messages.
Tulsi Gabbard is resigning after about 15 months in the role of the Director of National Intelligence.
Yeah, we want to get straight to the White House and bring in Kevin Liptak with the latest. What are we hearing right now?
Yeah, and this is a significant departure. We do now understand that Tulsi Gabbard has informed President Trump of her decision to resign from the administration. And what she is telling associates is that she is stepping down because her husband is confronting a rare form of cancer. And so that is her rationale for stepping back from this very, very critical role at a very critical moment as the U.S. Remains at war with Iran.
She contradicted the admin early on in her hearing on Venezuela and Iran, and they've supposedly kept her distant from any actual decision-making most of the term. Yeah, I think that they saw her as like a little bit of a loose cannon, and I suspect that part of the reason why Donald Trump had her on board is because he was building this he was building this anti-war coalition, this fake anti-war coalition. And for some that voted for him, just like he brought in RFK Jr., he brought in Tulsi Gabbard as well to make it seem as though he was going to be an anti-war guy, right? An anti-war president. Now, of course, we know that he never was going to be an anti-war president. But maybe he thought that she would play ball when she was in office, or when she was in service, rather. And it turns out she had her own perspective. So I suspect that there were a couple times where she directly contradicted the president. And I assume that was enough for Trump once he realized the base is not punishing him for not being anti-war at all. He was just like, all right, this is just dead weight. This isn't to say necessarily that, what is this, Hassan? You said Trump would do the same thing as Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. El Memeori. Tulsi low-key support Israel in her own very obvious way. Let the loose cannon slide into prison. Hassan, you said Trump would do the same thing as Kamal. So what are you talking about? Mama don't get unlocked. El Memoriori. Okay, take a week off.
As President Trump.
I like that you were trying to stunlock me, and then I read your take, and you were like, don't get stunlocked.
Ways restarting the bombing campaign inside that country. This will be a significant departure for the administration. And so Tulsi Gabbard telling the president today that she does plan to resign and that she's stepping aside for this ultimately very personal reason, which is her husband's health. Now, that being said, this has been quite a tumultuous tenure, I think, for Tulsi Gabbard over the course of this second Trump administration. There had been clear points throughout the last year and a half when she did seem to diverge with what the president was trying to do. You know, she came to this job with a very clear anti-war background. You know, she herself is a veteran. She talked before she was in this job, when she was a congresswoman from Hawaii, about not starting foreign wars, specifically about not starting war.
Iran just said a deal is not closed. Also, Israel said that Iran is planning a secret drone strike on Israel. All signs point to resumption of hostilities with Gabbard resigning. Yeah, I think Donald Trump is doing a classic move that we've seen play itself out throughout history over and over again, which is, you know, cut out the people that are gonna maybe be a problem, that aren't like full-blown regime loyalists. Like any kind of independent thinking is not going to get rewarded in this administration, obviously. So he's hitting another purge. So I don't know how many loyalists Tulsi has internally, but from Trump's perspective, this is just to solidify his ranks. This is a classic move. Okay. It's a long weekend, so perfect timing to attack. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'll talk about Fetterman handler. Oh my God, John Fetterman has a pro-Israel handler, a Jewish handler that is making all of his decisions and all of his communications as he like has singled John Fetterman out. They're literally, dude, it's an insane story. Okay, it is. I mean, you kind of could have guessed that was what was going on. It's another one of those stories that's like, how do I describe to you what literally is taking place without coming across like I'm deeply anti-Semitic? Okay, it's another Cars for Kids ass story where it's like, I'm about to explain to you what took place with John Fetterman, who got stroked out and then like and is being taken advantage of because he doesn't have his mental faculties. And it's tough for me. It's tough for me to broach the subject matter without coming across like I'm engaging in a deeply anti-Semitic conspiracy. So I'm just going to let the facts speak for themselves. But we're not. Yeah. And New York Magazine wrote it. So just like, you can't even. What do you say? Okay, well, Fuck, I'm going to get into that in a little bit, okay? I'm going to get into that in a little bit.
With Iran, and over the course of this conflict, she really did not have a very visible role whatsoever in confronting the Iran threat. She had been essentially cut out of some of those conversations. You know, the president did seem to task her with some different roles. You'll remember she was down in Fulton County, Georgia, when the FBI was raiding a voting office there. It was sort of a strange sight to see the DNI down in Georgia when the FBI was conducting that raid. She also put out a report sort of downplaying the role of election meddling from Russia. Both of those, I think, meant to put her in the president's good graces. But despite all of that, there had been these clear tensions. And so now we're understanding that she is going to be leaving the administration. We do not yet know at this point who may replace her. This is a very, very critical job. You know, it was created in the aftermath of 9/11 to try and coordinate all of the government's intelligence streams. So at a particularly a tense moment, it will be critical to get this job filled. But at least for now, Tulsi Gabbard's saying that she will no longer be the director of national intelligence.
Yeah, especially as the United States is at war in the Middle East, it's notable that the Director of National Intelligence is departing.
I also just want to talk about sort of the policy positioning of where Tulsi Gabbard was in terms of Director of National Intelligence. We heard at points that debate sort of, I guess not so much debate, a difference in stated position between what we heard from the president at times, sometimes it was Steve Witkoff, in terms of the ability for Iran to get a nuclear weapons grade weapon. And then she would often say that the capability was obliterated. I wonder for you, who just follows this space so closely, what did you see the most as most significant in her dynamic as DNI here?
And I think that the primary issue was that she just didn't really deliver substance and kind of a purpose for the administration from an intelligence perspective, and that John Radcliffe at CIA did. And so the contrast between them and the ability of them to represent the intelligence in a way that, I think that Director Radcliffe is just more
Similar to the Pam Bondi thing? No, that's not similar to Pam Bondi. So Pam Bondi was taken out in a similar manner to bovine bovino, right? On the Epstein stuff, it obviously got too it got too hot, right? And someone had to fall on a sword to open up a pressure valve, and Trump decided to lay the responsibility, lay the blame on Pam Bondi in that situation. Tulsi Gabbard, I think, is a different story. Tulsi Gabbard was I think axed, pushed aside because Trump is trying to make sure that the ranks are entirely loyal to what comes next. Trump, it is funny though. It's all women. I know. Trump has a vendetta against every woman he has ever hired for some reason is true. He literally came in and was doing girl boss fascism, and just all of the women are slowly but surely being fired. And when you think about it, his chief of staff is also a woman, and she has also regularly spoken out against Donald Trump. Susie Wiles might be coming up. Okay, up next. If I'm Susie Wiles, I'm looking at the situation. I'm like, maybe it's time for a graceful exit.
artful in.
But yeah, I think there is a difference between Tulsi Gabbard and Pam Bondi. Like, Pam Bondi was unbelievably loyal to Donald Trump. Tulsi Gabbard is obviously also loyal to Donald Trump, but she definitely had her disagreements with the Trump administration on some of these issues. And I think that created an environment that was at least an environment that was like unsustainable for Trump, because he needs maximum loyalty. Why does he not fire Kash Patel, for example? Kash Patel is maximum loyal to Donald Trump. Tulsi Gabbard is fairly loyal to Donald Trump as well. That's why she got the job. But there are areas where Tulsi has stepped out of line in a public manner, and I don't think Trump likes that at all. Trump is very much worried about stuff like that, especially if he's about to make a big move in Iran, especially if he's about to go back into war with Iran, or Who knows if there's going to be a fucking false flag attack or something to get the public on board with going to war with Iran or something, because it's like deeply unpopular currently. You would not want this is this is wee woo conspiracy shit, but deeply unpopular war. It's cratering Trump's popularity even in his own base. It's like starting to chip away at his own base. People don't like that it's going on. People hate that it's costing them money, right? At a time when there's already an inflation issue that actually led Donald Trump to win the presidency. Donald Trump doesn't actually fix any of those problems. He turns around and exacerbates the issue. I don't think Donald Trump goes into war with Iran, straight up. There has to be something that is an inciting factor that causes Americans to reconsider whether or not this war with Iran is good or not. Totally could see a situation like that. But because he's a cultist, and because he's a cult leader, and because there's no real democratic process when it comes to determining whether or not the administration takes action on the foreign policy side, perhaps there is no need for a PSYOP or a false flag style incident. And regardless, it's clear Tulsi Gabbard's getting pushed out because there have been instances where he has humiliated Trump by opposing something that Trump wanted to advance. The Trump administration had a very coalition government approach to staffing, where the restrainer/Tucker wing got a bunch of jobs, Vance, Tulsi, Kent, Bridge, Colby, who are now seemingly just being ignored. Yeah, and not just being ignored. This raises the question of what exactly Tulsi Gabbard is doing these days. This was only a couple days ago when Matt Zaitlin asked this question, when Joe Kent initially resigned. Sorry, not a couple days ago, a month or so ago. When Joe Kent initially resigned 2 months ago, this was an understandable question because Joe Kent was a part of the Tulsi Gabbard wing of like, we have to be a little bit more restrained. We shouldn't be going and waging war with, Middle Eastern countries. We've done this kind of military adventurism over and over again. It's been a failure, and we mustn't repeat those mistakes. Like that was part of the appeal for people like this, right? That appeal was what, allowed Donald Trump to present himself as a potential dove even, right? And now it's going away. It's going away because he doesn't give a shit, because he doesn't need it. He does not need this base anymore. He doesn't need credibility in this space any longer. And he would much rather have people stay completely loyal to his military actions. All of them are Russian spies. Fuck them, buddy. Trey's still here. One of my favorite chatters. You guys know it's gangy time, okay? Trey's still here. If there's a foreign country that is currently intervening in American foreign policy or has direct control over American foreign policy, do you think it's Russia? Or do you think it's maybe another foreign country? Seriously. Saying, oh my God, this is Russiagate in 2026 is pretty crazy when Israel basically fucking has its fist shoved deep inside of the asses of half of the people that are closest to Donald Trump, and also potentially Donald Trump, and not even potentially, definitely Donald Trump as well. If there's one country that is playing a formative role in American foreign policy, I don't think it's Russia. Okay? I think that country is Israel.
Threading the needle, and then behind the scenes providing really value added, because the CIA has that value added, right? They have deeper analytic core, and then they have the operational capabilities that, of course, ODNI doesn't have. And so I think that, it's the divergence of views that were very core to who Tulsi Gabbard is and was that never really synced. And then just, the value added or lack thereof.
Wow. I'm also curious, Beth, about the most recent incident that drew criticism from both parties regarding her visit to this elections office in Georgia. She's obviously, as DNI, focused on coordinating overseas intelligence, but there she is in Fulton County at a domestic FBI.
Yeah, this was Tulsi being like, no, Mr. President, I am loyal. Like, please put me back in, coach. I mean, this was a side quest. It's also insane, right, to send the director of national intelligence to American states to potentially signal that you're invested in doing some kind of interference in American elections is a wild thing to do. But that is where we are. Not saying fix it, only asking because curious why the lighting looking dimmer today. We fixed the lighting so it looks better. It looks better, doesn't it? Does it look better or does it look worse than yesterday? If the answer is yes, it looks better, then stop asking. It does look better, by the way. I know it looks better. The color arrangement is far better. By the way, another fact to consider here, okay, as we are looking at this Tulsi Gabbard situation, is that the intelligence community and even Central Command, which is in the military side, have basically become a leaky faucet. It's actually interesting that the Trump administration doesn't talk about it as much, because this used to be a major problem in Trump 1, where you had a lot of people in, pivotal roles listening into these important meetings and then immediately going to the media and being like, this is insane. We have to put a stop to it. These guys don't know what the fuck they're doing, right? That's happening again right now. If you noticed, Washington Post, with regular frequency, is engaging in coverage from the intelligence side where people that are either former heads of CIA or former heads of intelligence agencies or currently inside of the intelligence community giving long and extensive leaks to Washington Post, even Wall Street Journal, all these other outlets. And the reason why they're doing that is because they, too, are in opposition to what the Trump administration is doing. This is what you do when you are in a moment of crisis where you want America to be a domineering force. These guys are not anti-imperialists by any means, right? And neither is Tulsi Gabbard. But you're in a moment of crisis where you have an understanding of like what we should be doing, right? And where we should potentially de-escalate or scale back. It's very clear that the Iran war is not going well. And the military understands that. The intelligence community understands that. They've given ample warning to the administration to not engage in this kind of action. And it's very clear that the admin is saying, fuck you. We're going to side with Israel on this. We're going to side with the Israeli intelligence on this. We're going to bring in the Foundation for Defending Democracy guys into the negotiations process. Like, they're doubling down on it. It's very clear. So in that situation, you either do high-profile resignations like Joe Kent did, or you get pushed out if you actually warn the administration perhaps too much, like in the case of Tulsi Gabbard. And those who remain behind leak all of these details and all of these assessments to the press with hopes that, this kind of stuff circulates in mainstream media. And if we had a competent anti-war opposition party, they would make a big fuss about this all the time. But they currently are not, because the opposition party is the Democratic Party, which is a feckless and inept and also pro-war party broadly. Okay? There are definitely a lot of Democrats out there who are frustrated with what's going on, even the likes of like Ruben Gallego, right? Like, there are some who are upset with the way that Trump is moving. But broadly speaking, because a lot of the Democrats are also Israel first, the National Party's outlook on here is also Israel first. So there's always enough votes to continue supporting Israel's ambitions here, because that's what this is. This war with Iran is not being waged for American interests. It's being waged for Israel's interests. And we're in an impasse here. We're at a moment where America's like broader goals of being a domineering force and being the hegemonic superpower are directly at odds with Israel's regional ambitions of destroying Iran. So there are obviously people who want to continue the American empire, who see that as a big problem, and they keep bringing this up to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump keeps telling him to fuck off and stay the course on Israel. Bro, stop clip farming? What? This is clip farming? I think you and I have a very different opinion on what clip farming is. What kind of clip could I be farming here? Anyway, but yeah. Mark Ames also has a similar attitude here, judging by, John Hudson's new coverage, right? John Hudson delivered this scathing scoop yesterday. The U.S. has depleted much of its inventory of advanced missile defense interceptors after expending far more high-end munitions defending Israel than Israeli forces use themselves. There's a reason why like a lot of the CSIS guys are fucking freaking out, and they're just like constantly telling whoever will listen in the media that like our stockpiles have diminished. All of our peer and near peer adversary standoff munitions that we developed, that we stockpiled, that take years and years and potentially decades to develop, to compile, are gone. We expended it against Iran. And part of the reason why we did that is because we did not establish full-blown air superiority over the Iranian airspace. It was contested, so we had to use these standoff munitions from afar. We had to lob these missiles over and over again from afar, and we depleted our stockpile, so we cannot do anything against Russia if there was ever, an imminent threat, and we cannot do anything against China if there was ever an imminent threat. So that's a huge problem for a lot of the people on the military side who want to maintain American force projection capabilities, right? So even from their perspective, this has been a wash. But what's unique is I think there are more people, maybe due to the incompetence of this administration, there are more people who are naysayers who are willing to actually resign or willing to make a big fuss about it at higher levels than the Biden administration.
The eye search of this elections office, reportedly putting President Trump on the phone with FBI agents as well, raising concerns about.
But yeah, sorry. What I was going to say was Mark Ames has a similar assessment here. It says U.S. officials leak into WAPO how badly Israel's weakening the empire shows growing resentment. Yet Israel remains confident that there's no sacrifice Washington won't make for Tel Aviv's benefit, up to and including national suicide. And so far, Israel's been proven right. Yeah. This is the death of American empire. Israel is accelerating the death of American empire. JD Pandan is real. Okay? And maybe even JD Pan Bibi is real. Okay? JD Pan Yahoo, the big Yahoo himself, has forced the hand of the current American administration into a double suicide pact. Obviously, there are, intelligent people who I do not align with at all ideologically, because I don't want the American empire to be this domineering force. I think that's very dangerous and deadly and not exactly beneficial for nations in the periphery, the people that live in those countries, and is certainly not beneficial for the American working class either. But these guys want that to continue. They benefit from it, and they're realizing that Israel has accelerated the demise of this process.
Political interference, the backdrop, of course, President Trump's claims about the 2020 election and there being fraud in Georgia. And then
this is also, incredible scoop from John. This was a really blistering blind quote. Israel is not capable of fighting and winning wars on its own, but nobody actually knows this because they never see the back end, said a second administration official. Okay? There is a tremendous amount of resentment within the State Department right now against Israel. Obviously, there's always been like the two different, the two different schools of thought within the State Department, and the CIA. The people who are like, Israel's not a good ally for understandable reasons, and then the people who are like, shut the fuck up, am Israel high? How dare you say that? It's the most important nation on the planet. And over again, the people that have said M Israel high, Israel's the most important nation on the planet, or have literally served in the IDF, for example, like Amos Hochstein, or people who are ultra Zionists, like Brett McGurk, for example, have won that conversation, have told successfully every single other naysayer within the State Department to shut the fuck up. The Trump administration is not as competent as keeping the ranks tight as the competent bureaucrats within the Democratic administration. So you have, and also Trump is engaging in a lot more risky behavior that does actually stress test American capabilities here. And therefore, you know, you're going to hear more and more people come out anonymously with these sorts of quotes.
Beyond that, there were these conflicting explanations about why specifically the DNI would even be there. I mean, what does that tell you about her time as DNI and the ways in which her relationship with the president evolved into her work?
Yeah, I think that, you know, the DNI Gabbard was in search of a mission that was of value to the president. And, you know, there was this kind of joke.
Like, they're talking about what she was doing in Georgia. Okay. I mean, that's dangerous and it's devastating, but that's not the reason why she's out. Okay. I don't think she had a big issue with like manipulating American elections as the director of national intelligence. Okay. No, the reason why she got pushed out is because she found herself at odds with the administration's overarching goals in Iran. And maybe even, if I'm being real spicy with it, maybe she didn't like what the administration was potentially planning. I can totally see that.
Very sad joke from her perspective, where her initials, DNI, stood for do not invite to all these foreign policy meetings. And you would see that she was completely absent from Mar-a-Lago during the Venezuela operation, during the Iran operation. And so she was in search of a mission that was of value. And this election fraud mission was something that where, you know, she jumped in to take up that mantle. There are, you know, from my perspective, having been the number 3 at ODNI in my last government position, I believed that her presence was counter to her authorities. I don't think that the DNI has authority for this kind of engagement on domestic election issues, even when there is a potential foreign nexus. And in the case of Georgia, in all of the years, remember, this is many, many years, there has never been an accusation or an inkling of foreign activity related to that outcome. And so, you know, it was just completely off the charts, weird. And then, you know, just from my perspective and from many others, beyond what a director of national intelligence should be doing.
Let's go to Brian Todd. Brian, obviously this was a tumultuous tenure. And before she served in the administration, her entire political career up until 2022, she was a Democrat and she was sort of non-interventionist. She spoke out against U.S. foreign policy. Then in 2024, she flipped to the Republican Party and served the president, obviously, who has been more aggressive, not only in Iran, but in Venezuela and in Cuba as well. It's notable that her vision of U.S. foreign policy not exactly aligning with President Trump's.
That's right, Boris and Omar.
She should be jailed or given... She should be jailed. She should be jailed for treason. She should be jailed or given the death penalty. That's my word. She's a traitor. I've never been a fan of Tulsi Gabbard, but that's crazy, chatter. What are you talking about? Are you all right? This is like Tulsi Gabbard's, Tulsi Gabbard got pushed aside. I know her history well. Okay. I don't agree with Tulsi Gabbard on 99% of issues. I think she is one of the most annoying cranks and one of the most annoying ops of all time. Okay. She was never an anti-imperialist. She was never anti-war at all. But on this issue, on the issue of waging war with Iran, it was bracketed in the unnecessary war category for her for some weird reason. Okay, they're very clear that her and Joe Kent looked at the situation in Iran and they were like, we want to keep being the dominant empire. What the fuck are we doing? We got to restrain Israel a little bit. We shouldn't be leaning into Israeli ambitions in the region. It's going to hurt us. And that's precisely what has taken place. So even one of the, even an objectively evil person like Tulsi Gabbard could still be on the right side on this issue. And I think she is on the right side of this issue. I agree with Bing Bing Pow Pow, Pow Wow. She went along because of the money, yes. Yeah, she's awful. She's not a good person at all, but it doesn't matter. In this moment, I think it's important to analyze like what her contributions were that led to her being pushed out. I'm not going to fucking find myself agreeing with the admin and being like, yeah, no, she should get the death penalty. What are you, crazy? Yeah, she was a Trump administration appointee. Of course she's evil.
That is correct, and it is unusual for a director of national intelligence to leave office, basically at the height of tensions with Iran. And as this conflict has not come to a full resolution as of yet, it's striking that she's leaving during that period. And again,
like, I'll tell you like this. Anthony Blinken is a butcher, okay? But if he resigned during, at any point after October 7th, if he resigned or if he was forced out, I would be very curious to hear what he had to say. Okay? So even the most dishonorable Army PSYOPs person like Tulsi Gabbard could have more honor than the likes of Jake Sullivan or Anthony Blinken. And I think that's, part of what's going on here. That's kind of what's going on here. This isn't a defense of Tulsi Gabbard at all. I'm not a fan of Tulsi Gabbard. You guys know I've been intensely critical of Tulsi Gabbard for her entire career, even at times when everyone back in the day used to present her as like a leftist hero or an icon. But I do think she got pushed out because I think she got pushed out here because she, she found herself at odds with what the administration was doing. That's what it looks like to me. That's what it reads like to me up front. Trump is aggressively purging the ranks of all the naysayers and tunneling in on this like maximalist pro-Israel, am-Israel high agenda.
Not only, to emphasize what Kevin said, he emphasized that she's been controversial in a number of ways. As what Kevin mentioned, when she went down to Georgia in January, taking a look at what was going on there and trying to help with this investigation into alleged voter fraud in Georgia, that really turned a lot of heads simply because that was not supposed to be her role as the director of national intelligence. But also, guys, remember after the war began in late February, the administration, of course, attempted to justify going to war with Iran by claiming that Iran was rebuilding its nuclear program and that it posed an imminent threat following those strikes in June of 2025. The administration claiming that Iran was rebuilding its program and posed an imminent threat. Well, she had remarks to the Senate Intelligence Committee less than a month after the war began, saying as a result of Midnight Hammer, that was the operation in June, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated. There has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. She then essentially almost contradicting the administration's claim that Iran had posed an imminent threat. So she got in a bit of hot water for that. Again, that was a hearing in front of the Senate Intelligence Committee less than a month after the Iran war began. Guys, I've just been handed this. I can read from you. This is her resignation note that we've obtained from Tulsi Gabbard. Dear Mr. President, I am deeply grateful for the trust you placed in me and for the opportunity to lead the office of the Director of National Intelligence for the last year and a half. Unfortunately, I must submit my resignation effective June 30th, 2026. My husband, Abraham, has recently been diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer, she writes. He faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. At this time, I must step away from public service to be by his side and fully support him through this battle. Abraham has been my rock throughout our 11 years of marriage, standing.
Yeah, I don't think this is the reason why she resigned. Okay, no one believes that, right? No, I hope no one fucking believes that like is the real reason. I'm fairly certain she could continue doing her job, even with the bone cancer situation. I do believe that I'm not saying she's like faking that he has bone cancer or whatever. I'm just saying that she's using that as a way to like exit gracefully, when in fact it's fairly certain that Donnie Boy axed her. Trump in New York for a rally for Mike Lawler.
Cards like bigger than your chest. Name, address, and everything you want to know about a person. They might even have a social security number. They have. That's to get into the convention. So it's voter ID.
We're not going to watch this right now, but I suspect this could be the day. God damn, how desperate is Mike Lawler? Holy shit, he is so scared. Mike Lawler is begging Donald Trump to come and do a rally, clarify the day that he mentions your boy. Stop vague posting. Who's Mike Lawler running against? A bunch of fucking centrist Democrats and also Effie Phillips Staley. Donald Trump has already attacked Effie Phillips Staley by name, even though she was in third place. Effie was in third place in the last polls that came out in this race. This is like a small ass race. This is a purple district that is very flippable. Okay. Donald Trump is aggressively trying to not only push for Mike Lawler to win his reelection, his upcoming reelection, but he's also attacking Effie Phillips Staley. Trump is obviously aware of you, but doesn't want to give you the aura. I mean, it'd be an interesting moment.
World, we don't want open borders. We don't want sanctuary cities where you have sanctuary for criminals.
Anyway.
Steadfast through my deployment to East Africa on a joint special operations mission, multiple political campaigns, and now my service in this role. His strength and love have sustained me through every challenge. I cannot in good conscience ask him to face this fight alone while I continue in this demanding and time-consuming position. The letter continues here. Quote, while we've made significant progress at the ODNI, advancing unprecedented transparency and restoring integrity to the intelligence community, I recognize there is still important work to be done. I am fully committed to ensuring a smooth and thorough transition over the coming weeks so that you and your team experience no disruption in leadership or momentum. Thank you for your understanding during this deeply personal and difficult time for our family. I will remain forever grateful to you and to the American people for the profound honor of serving our nation as DNI. With love and aloha, Tulsi Gabbard.
Meanwhile, President Trump is keeping his military options open as the United States attempts to work out a peace agreement with Iran.
But the administration says a deal isn't possible if Tehran pursues its plan to charge shipping tolls in the Strait.
Yeah. Deal's not possible as long as Israel doesn't want it. Let's be real. Okay? Anyone and everyone that looks at the situation and goes, "Oh, their terms of conditions, their terms are, not something we can get on with, not something we can agree to." It's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. Anyone who tries to make it seem like Iran is being unreasonable here, and that's the reason why America can't come to terms with Iran, is also doing propaganda. This comes down to one country and their ambitions. And it is not the United States of America. It is Israel. Okay? Yeah. If Israel doesn't want it, it's a TOS violation. That's precisely what it is. I'm not going to speculate as to why this is the case. I'm just reacting to what I'm seeing. Okay? What is this? Andrew Day, I've generally been senior editor of the American Conservative magazine. I've generally been the we're going to attack Iran guy the past year whenever people are debating the possibility. Now a friend notes, Gabbard out, Trump not going to son's wedding, Trump canceling weekend golf trips suggests we are going to attack. This time I predict no attack and no deal. can't get a comprehensive JCPOA-style deal because of political constraints, can't attack because of munitions constraints, and Iran's intact retaliatory capabilities. Agree, ? Says Andrew Day. Interesting perspective. Odds and percentage from Policy Tensor is war is 10%, thin deal is 40%, thick deal is 50%, where thin deal means Hormuz reopens and U.S. walks but no nuclear sanctions relief. Thick deal means an agreement is reached on nuclear and sanctions. The U.S. would be stupid not to get a nuclear deal for that. The U.S. would be stupid not to get a nuclear deal, for that would mean a nuclear-armed Iran in short order. Yeah, but the U.S. is stupid, or led by stupid people. I think I think these guys are wrong. I mean, we'll see. I mean, one of the other constraints that we're not factoring in here is the fact that Hajj is taking place right now. That is an important constraint because, you know, insanely important to Saudi Arabia's economy. It's insanely important symbolically for the entire Muslim world. There are Muslims engaging in the pilgrimage to Mecca right now in Saudi Arabia. From all around the world, people come in. It's obviously a big boon for the Saudi economy. It's a huge part of it. But also, you know, it's just, you're so white. I don't think Trump would trigger. I don't think Trump would trigger an attack while that's going on. But I don't know. I mean, it would show that they are servants of Israel 100% if they were to attack during Hajj, you know? The irony is that the greater the lobby's influence, the more powerful Iran will be in the near future. Mortez says this war was engineered by Israel but did not serve Israeli interests in an intelligent way. This seems to be because, with the exception of a small cadre of world-class Iran experts in the country who have seemingly been marginalized by the government, Israelis really do not know anything about Iran. Their view of Iran is that it basically is just Gaza, but larger, and thus can also be destroyed like Gaza as long as the U.S. is there to assist. I mean, I do agree that Israelis are totally oblivious to Iranian capabilities.
Of Hormuz.
Jeff Paul is live in Dubai with the latest. Good morning, Jeff.
Yeah, good morning.
Ramadan was literally happening when they attacked the first time. I don't think Trump boys know what Hajj is. Guys, Trump doesn't need to know what fucking Hajj is. Trump has direct access to MBS. MBS calls him up and says, hey, there's a very important religious thing happening in my country right now. Please don't fucking attack Iran in the process. Now, once again, Trump weighs that, and maybe he still listens to Israel because he is the number one servant of Benjamin Netanyahu. So who knows? I'm saying it's a wash. I'm just giving you what some of the factors that could lead to constraint, at least in the interim, might be. Okay? Trump doesn't care about the fucking Muslim world. Trump doesn't care about the religious symbolism of attacking during Hajj. Trump, on the other hand, is a businessman, and MBS has a lot of money. That's the only factor at play that Trump might take, Trump might take into consideration. There's a lot of money tied into his own family's businesses. A lot of Saudi money tied into virtually everything that this administration has done. Virtually everything that this administration and their, family members, their relatives have actually been involved in. Jared Kushner has gotten billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia. That allows MBS to have a little bit more clout and a little bit more motion in these sorts of talks. That's all I'm saying. I consider myself to be on the Republican spectrum, but I'm trying to learn more about the other side's views. Can you inform me on the left side, perchance, being as you tend to align with more of their views? Yes, just stick around, and you'll very quickly develop an understanding of where we're coming from here. We're anti-war, okay? We're anti-empire. We're anti-war. That's somewhat of a conservative value. I mean, the American Conservative magazine and the writers there align with, someone like myself on this issue. I mean, I can even give you a Trumpian assessment of it. I'm an isolationist. I'm America first, right? I want America to focus on fixing itself. I want the American government to work to build America out and to make it a competitive superpower against China. Here, that's the most like right-wing coded way that I can explain this to you. I don't think we should be intervening in the affairs of other countries all around the fucking world. It's not beneficial for us. It's beneficial for a bunch of woke BlackRock oriented CEOs that live in New York or Miami, and they're all woke and gay. And for that reason, we shouldn't care about what benefits them, what lines their pockets. We should care about the anti-woke real Americans that live in the fucking countryside in rural areas. We should be focusing on building hospitals out there instead of spending all of our money to make sure that these woke and gay CEOs whose sons and daughters all go to these elite institutions of higher learning, they get to increase their profit margins year over year. I don't want that. I don't give a shit about that. LMFAO, you got to work on your elevator pitch? No, that's my elevator pitch. Yeah, I want to fix the potholes. I want high-speed rail. I want America to be a competitive superpower with an industrial base. And every dollar that we're spending right now waging war, with Iran at the behest of Israel, a foreign country, also woke, by the way, Tel Aviv, gay pride parade, all that good stuff that happens there. They have abortions too. Israel is the most woke country of all time. And we are listening to the most woke country of all time. It's fucking bullshit. What happened to America first? What happened to no new wars? That's why I voted for Trump illegally 1,000,000 times, dude.
Yeah, no peace deal just yet, but here in the Gulf, there's definitely a sliver of cautious optimism that they can get a deal done, and that's in part to the fact that there haven't been any sort of major escalations between the U.S. and Iran, and the fact that President Trump himself saying that talks are ongoing.
We're negotiating, and we'll see, but either we're going to get it one way or the other. We're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic.
President Trump says he's giving the negotiation process more time, and Iran says it's currently reviewing the latest proposal. We also know Pakistan is intensifying its efforts to mediate a potential peace deal, with the possibility of its army chief heading to Tehran in the near future. But at the same time, Iran is seemingly sending a very provocative message to Washington with this new map. It shows large areas of control in the Strait of Hormuz that stretch to the shores of the United Arab Emirates and Oman. Iran is now reportedly in talks with Oman over working together to control the strait and charge tolls. Well, President Trump responding to that report this way.
Well, we're looking at it. We hear about it. They've negotiated. They've had a relationship with them before. And we'll see. We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through it. We want it open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international.
Just look at that beauty. Oh my God. I can't even pay attention to whatever the fuck Trump is saying. You know what I mean? I can't do it, man. It's fucked up.
Waterway. They're not charging tolls.
It's taken command over the entire room. It's so powerful, man.
Now, officials here in the UAE say that the U.S. has become central to every single Gulf country's calculation. In fact, an advisor for the president here in the UAE says that before the war, Iran's nuclear program was priority 2 or 3. Now it is their #1 priority, just sort of underscoring the close ties between the U.S. and the UAE. Back to you all.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Be following it.
I've been amazed at President Trump's patience through this.
It's awesome. It's framed respecting the filmmaker rule of thirds too, naturally drawing your eye to it. It's pornographic cinema. Yeah. Oh, God. My president, he's so restrained. Restrained is a word I think of when I think of Donald Trump. It's great. Bouncing on it, doing tricks on it. Sexual style. Yeah, he's so measured. He's so restrained. He's so sober in his assessment of the situation.
Has clearly been trying to get this deal to happen. He's been restrained, and I think in a good way, saying, I want to make a deal, but it's got to be.
Hi, Mr. Tulsi Gabbard segment. Is there a way to rewind the stream? Of course. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to rewind, or if you'd like to be able to send me links, for example, no guarantees I'll click on them, then all you need to do is subscribe. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime that you can receive by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get one free Prime subscription a month, are the only way to contribute to the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and NBs, you can also get gifted a sub. You can also get gifted a sub if you are the lucky recipient, like Magnets. Thank you for the 10 community gifted subs. This way, you don't have to ask me questions about, hey, why didn't you cover the Tulsi Gabbard situation, for example. You can also go back and rewind and listen to me endlessly talk about the protruding belly button, the Audi belly button of the man, the myth, the legend. I will sub if you swear loyalty to the Philippines. It's easy. I already have. When have I not? I ride with the Swagapinos, chatter. You must be new here. Sir, click on my link. This has nothing to do with what you're covering. No, I'm not going to do that. The tummy titty Mpreg. All right, let's continue.
The right deal, and hopefully there's a lot of renewed optimism that this could happen. And I'm telling you, if we can get a deal, and maybe start to think about prices coming down and just this, looking ahead at the midterms, will be a good thing for the country. But it has to be the right deal.
It has to be the right deal. The president's not going to be pushed into a decision. If you listen to what's happening from the Iranians right now, it doesn't look good, like a deal is possible, considering some of the stuff that they've been putting out there. Just pure propaganda. That's pretty much how they always operated. But we'll see what happens.
And they're certainly playing a game of rope-a-dope in those negotiations. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how long President Trump's patience runs out.
Yeah.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Pakistan's army chief has arrived in Tehran for talks with senior officials, a signal that negotiations between the U.S. and Iran may be progressing. He's been the point man in mediation efforts to bring about a peace deal between the two sides. Field Marshal Asim Munir was welcomed by Iran's Minister for the Interior, Iskandar Momeni. Munir's latest visit follows a new round of high-level talks with Iranian officials in Pakistan on Thursday. Meanwhile, in breaking news just coming in, an Iranian official source has told Al Jazeera that a ceasefire on all fronts is the essential prerequisite for any future negotiations. They've told Al Jazeera that no final agreement has been reached yet, and efforts are underway to bridge the gap between Tehran and Washington. Well, let's head now to Tehran and speak to Al-Miqdad Al-Ruhaid. Al-Miqdad, we've just heard this latest breaking news about officials talking about
Pakistan's army chief Asim Munir returning to Tehran suggests diplomatic progress. Pakistan, as the mediator, has a vested interest in this process succeeding. But the past year has shown how, despite diplomatic progress, U.S. and Israel are willing to attack and burn mediators. So we shall see.
No ceasefire unless it's on all fronts. But have we heard anything new from Iranian officials regarding the talks with Pakistan now that Pakistan's army chief has arrived in Tehran?
Well, actually, we do have heard from Iranian foreign ministry spokesman. He said, let me have a test from what he has said. He said that the visit by Pakistani army chief is a part of the continued diplomatic process. This does not necessarily mean we have reached a turning point or a decisive situation. We cannot say we have reached a stage where an agreement is closed. No. That is not the case. The focus of these talks is on ending the war on all fronts. At this stage, there are no plans to discuss nuclear-related issues. So, same impositions and same stance for the Iranian. He emphasized the same idea that right now they are phasing the negotiations into 3 or 2 phases, especially about at a time being they are speaking about ending the war on all fronts. And the visit by Pakistani mediators is a part of the ongoing process about exchanging the message between Iranian and Americans. So What we do have right now is that the Iranian emphasizing the same idea about their stance about ending the war on all fronts, with the guarantees that this war will not going to be resumed again.
All right, just stand by for us, Al-Mikdad. We're going to hear now from Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed, who's covered Pakistani mediation efforts extensively. Earlier, he explained how Pakistan's army chief is well placed to handle these diplomatic efforts.
This is the second visit by the Pakistani Field Marshal Asim Munir, who Donald Trump has described as his favorite field marshal. He's somebody who has got the backing of the Saudis, as there is a defense agreement under his leadership between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. He's got the confidence of Qatar from the region. He's got an open door in China, as well as those links to Iran, and he's got a direct line of communication with J.D. Vance. So he's somebody who is in a unique position to have open lines of communication with all of the parties who are required to build lasting peace in the region. Now, we can confirm that there has also been communications between the Pakistani Interior Minister, who's been in Tehran for the last 3 days, and his Saudi counterpart just today. There was a telephone call that was held between them. And many analysts who I've been speaking to and government officials say that his presence in Tehran is a positive indicator that there is some sort of deal or framework or agreement in the making. Now, we've been here before. There was a 14-point agreement that was floated. Then there was a flowchart of a memorandum of understanding. Then we're back to the 14 points, and there's some 9 points that people are discussing. But at the heart of it is still the nuclear issue, the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran insists on getting its assets unfreezed and an end to the Israeli aggression in Lebanon and elsewhere. So it is all out in the open. According to various sources in Tehran, there's major differences that remain, but there is cautious optimism that while he is in town, there might be some breakthrough that both sides could agree to extend the ceasefire and agree on a framework which would propel them forward to reach a lasting peace deal.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Washington is cautiously optimistic about negotiations with Iran, but he adds that an alternative plan should be in place if Tehran insists on controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
We all would love to see an agreement with Iran in which the straits are open and they abandon their nuclear ambitions and so forth, their nuclear weapons ambitions. That's what we would all hope for, and that's what we're going to continue to work on, and that's what work is ongoing even as I speak to you now in that regard. But we also have to have a plan B, and plan B is, what if Iran refuses to open the straits? What if Iran decides we refuse to open the straits, we're going to own the straits, and we're going to charge tolls for it? Okay, at that point, something has to be done about it.
Al-Mikdad, so let me ask.
By the way, all of this stuff happened because you, by your own admission, leaned into Israel's goals here. Like, none of this stuff had to happen at all. I just want to point this out because I feel like we've lost the plot. It's been like 80 plus days at this point. So people might have forgotten what the inciting incident was. And that was America listening to Israel's demands and being servile to Israel's needs, its highest priority being the destruction of Iran, thought that they could engage in a very quick, in and out, rapid fire bombing campaign that would have decapitated the state and would have left Iran completely destabilized. All of those goals fell apart. And that's normal. It happens in war, right? All the best laid plans in war change the moment that the opposition starts firing back, the moment that the belligerents on the other side start firing back, right? So then they moved into plan B, which was, if we just keep up the pressure and we keep this consistent bombing campaign, we can actually take out a lot of their strike capabilities and we'll be fine. Okay, it's been 83 days, 84 days. America achieved 0 of its military objectives. Iran maintained more leverage than they ever had before. They now control the Strait of Hormuz. They are collecting a toll in effort to gain some kind of restitution, some kind of financial compensation for all of the destruction and the death that took place. It's perfectly valid. It's perfectly reasonable. And any kind of serious diplomat would look at the situation and go, look, it's out of our hands. We can't militarily control Iran. It is an unambiguous defeat for the United States of America. But every day that goes on where Iran gets to maintain its leverage and gets to enforce its legitimate right by way of bilateral commitments with other countries around the world is a day where the bleeding continues for the United States of America as the hegemon, right? Pax Americana. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. South Korea has been making some interesting South Korea's been making some interesting moves as well. It's been one of those, far away countries that also obviously is a part of this global security scheme. South Korea has suddenly broken from a cautious Middle East policy to repeated denunciation of Israel, including President Lee Jae-myung calling Netanyahu a war criminal this week in reference to his ICC warrant for genocide in Gaza. These statements also correspond with an energy crisis stemming from the war on Iran and a decision by Seoul to appoint a special envoy to Tehran to begin re-engaging with it diplomatically. That's a huge bilateral relationship. South Korea is an American military base that is supposed to be a bulwark against communism in the Asia-Pacific theater, okay? It is. That's functionally a military base for America. And now that country that has operated as a major foothold in the Asia-Pacific theater is now deciding we are actually going to break away. We are actually going to break away from the United States of America a little bit. Or at the very least, we're going to break away from Israel, which is an extension of America in many respects, or maybe currently the real dominant power in the room, at least in the negotiations process and certainly in the Middle East and North African region when it comes to American foreign policy decisions. There are huge constellations of countries that depended on the Pax Americana maritime trade system for their economic well-being and were suddenly thrown overboard by the war. If they feel they are no longer benefiting from the system, there is much less incentive to indulge in pieties about Israel and other ideological topics that they entertain just because they were important to the American elites. Now remember, Korea, South Korea, has actually engaged in trade with Iran in the past. If you recall, when the Biden administration unfroze some assets to the tune of $6 billion, a lot of people on the Republican side were criticizing this decision. That was actually Iranian oil that was sold to South Korea, and South Korea had paid for that Iranian oil to the tune of $6 billion. And America froze those assets. America said, nope, flag on the play. You are not allowed to trade with the nation of Iran. You're not allowed to get Iranian oil and then give them money for this Iranian oil. So South Korea already has had, due to economic needs, some kind of relationship with Iran, and they're deciding to get back to it right now because there is no reason for them to maintain any sort of allegiance with the state of Israel, because Israel is responsible, because they're smart enough to recognize that Israel is the reason why they're having an energy crisis right now. Israel is also the reason why America moved their THAAD interceptor missile systems to I believe, the United Arab Emirates. Okay? So in 2016, when South Korea took a gamble and got these THAAD missile systems and destroyed whatever relationship they could have with a major industrial superpower in their backyard, China, because this was very frustrating for China. What good did that do for them? What did they get out of this security commitment? They lost billions of dollars of economic activity as a direct consequence of putting THAAD missile systems in South Korea, because China was like, what the fuck are you doing? Now those THAAD missile systems are gone. They took them out. And South Korea didn't want them to take those missile systems out. They paid for it. They even suffered economic damage as a consequence of taking those and putting those THAAD missile systems inside of South Korea. And the American government is like, nope, you have no say in this process. We're taking this back. We're shipping these THAAD missile systems to the United Arab Emirates and to Israel potentially. So if you're supposed to be a sovereign nation state, if you're the leader of a sovereign nation state and you're noticing that the American force projection capabilities are diminishing and you are watching American security partners get destroyed in the altar of Israeli ambition in this region, and you're also suffering directly with this unprecedented energy crisis born out of the military quagmire that America has found itself in. You're going to say, all right, well, we got to change we got to have a real attitude shift. We got to change our calculation here. It makes perfect sense.
Ask you about U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and what he said there. He said that there'll need to be a plan B if Iran insists on implementing a new tolling protocol for the Strait of Hormuz. Do we expect Tehran to respond to this?
Well, actually, there's two issues on what Marco Rubio has said. He said that there is a plan B, which is mean that there's a new escalation on the Strait of Hormuz. So this type of...
According to KJNOH, the South Korean government didn't even consent to the THAAD missiles. Their military did it without the consent of the government because of NDA order from America. I mean, I don't know the exact details, but that wouldn't be surprising to me at all. It's not like there aren't like we talk about it here in the West as though like everyone loves when America builds military bases and you know totally avoids whatever kind of sovereign ambition this nation state might have. But there are always going to be naysayers. There's always going to be you know protests against these sorts of decisions. You just don't hear about it. You don't hear about it because it directly cuts away at whatever kind of propaganda America is presenting as like the number one superpower in the world. American sovereignty and American hegemony. American sovereignty and American hegemony. America is absolute. American hegemony is absolute. You get a bunch of benefits as long as American hegemony remains. What happens when American hegemony falls apart? All of a sudden, all of these other allies, all these other regional partners, all these other, countries that are holdover states, puppet states, vassals for American imperialism, have to recalculate this decision, have to recalculate these security commitments, because no one, at the end of the day, wants to turn into a fucking missile sponge. No one wants to be on the receiving end of American decisions that were completely outside of their control. In the same way that, like, for example, Dubai was. No one wants the idea of Dubai to be destroyed. Or the idea of, rather, Seoul to be destroyed.
Language for Iranian is not acceptable. That what we learned from their previous instance. They are saying that their hands on the triggers in any kind of escalation when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, when it comes to another round of confrontation between both sides. And about tolls and the revenue and fees, they are saying that we are projecting, we are experiencing that we are providing a security service for vessels that must pass safely through that strategic waterway. And just hours ago announced that more than 30 vessels have passed freely with the new coordination through the Strait of Hormuz, new coordination with the IRGC Navy, definitely, and the authorities there. So what their response is that right now we are controlling that strategic waterway with the new mechanism and new reality on that corridor. So in type of threatening, they are not accepting that, and at the same time they are projecting their new mechanism on that strategic waterway.
All right, that's Al-Miqdad Al-Rahaid live for us with all the latest from Tehran. Thanks so much, Al-Miqdad.
Hundreds of activists who were on board a flotilla heading to Gaza have been deported from Israel. And they've been speaking about how they say they were treated after being detained.
KJ and No is a Korean journalist, by the way. He appears on Glenn D's and adjacent shows sometimes. Okay, nice. Oh, by the way, speaking of Xi Jinping and his rise, okay, the U.S. paused $14 billion weapon sales to Taiwan due to the Iran war. Remember, in this day and age, if you want to understand the Trump administration, if you want to understand how to enforce whatever kind of sovereignty decision you want to make, you have to be powerful. Okay? Trump is not an ideologue. Trump is not even ideologically a fascist. He's just a self-invested, self-interested dipshit. And of course, fascism is the lane that he has found a lot of success in at the domestic level, right? An ideological NATO Atlanticist who wants to enforce American dominance would never make a decision like this. Trump did. And the reason for why he did is not because he personally loves Xi Jinping, even though there is a lot of reverence there. He does respect Xi Jinping. But the reason why he did that is because he understands, after trying to wage tariffs wars with China, okay, after trying to wage a war with China and then, eating shit post-Liberation Day, as I told you would happen, he now knows not to fuck with China. This is a move in restraint. This is a move to dramatically change the calculation between the United States of America and China. This is one of those instances where a lot of people will ask me like, is there anything that you agree with Donald Trump on? Or is there anything that you give credit to Donald Trump on? This is one of those things. Okay? Yes, Trump is not an ideological fascist. That requires reading, and he's fucking functionally illiterate. He's a fascist of convenience. It fills his needs. Is true. Okay? So what the new Navy chief said, this guy's also a real psycho. Navy Secretary Hung Cao is a real, genuine psychopath, for the record. Another one of these like insane media guys that Trump loves and has brought into a position of prominence. Anyway, he basically said, look, we're pausing $14 billion of arms sales to Taiwan, which is obviously something that Xi Jinping wanted. It's a huge blow to the DPP. Okay. Hung Sao. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's how you say it. I don't know. Anyway, listen, Hung Sao. This is a major ordeal. It's a major W for cooling the tensions in the Taiwanese Strait, for sure. Mainland China versus Republic of China conversations will take a very different shape if America openly says, yeah, we're not doing like maximalist defense contracts with Taiwan any longer. Okay. Sal confirmed at this Senate hearing days after President Donald Trump appeared non-committal about the sale following his meetings with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. A spokesperson of Taiwan's presidential office told reporters on Friday that they had not received any information about U.S. adjustments to the arms sale. Now, on the American side, they're trying to make this seem like it's a calculated tactical decision, not born out of like some sort of restraint or it's a calculated decision, not because like Trump had a meeting with Xi Jinping and he's like abiding by Xi Jinping's wishes here, but instead because of the Iran war and we need to expend our munitions against Iran. I think that is a bullshit reason. I think the real reason is because
we've been
here. Let's just watch the video real quick and then I'll get into it. I think the real reason is because he's offering concessions to Xi. He recognizes that he doesn't want to wage war with China, at least for the time being. He understands that Trump understands power. He understands the amount of power China has, and he understands that there's no utility out of fucking waging war with China or being a fucking China hawk.
Urged Taiwan to buy arms from us, and all of a sudden there's a pause.
I love that Mitch McConnell on his fucking deathbed is still like, but we should be waging war. Why don't we do it?
What are you hearing from the Taiwanese about the pause?
Chairman, I have not heard. I have not spoken to the Taiwanese. However, we have done some foreign military sales to them. It's just right now we're doing a pause in order to make sure we have the munitions we need for Epic Fury, which we have plenty. But we're just making sure we have everything. But then the foreign military sales will continue when the administration deems necessary, sir.
Put another way, do you expect the sale to be approved at some point?
Yeah, Hung Sao is unsurprisingly a total crank, by the way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's insane. Hung Sao once claimed that witches had taken over Monterey, California. He is a total kook. failed Republican candidate who ran to represent Virginia in the House in 2022 and the Senate in 2024 and lost both times, has been named as the new acting Secretary of the Navy and the 10th person to hold that title across Trump's 5 years as president. Here he is warning about witchcraft.
Again, it's, we can't let it turn like this. There's a place in Monterey, California called Lovers Point.
Yeah.
The original name was Lovers of Christ Point, but now it's become, they took out the Christ, it's Lovers Point, and it's really, Monterey is a very dark place now.
Yeah.
A lot of witchcraft and the Wiccan community has really taken over there. And we can't let that happen in Virginia. Virginia is...
Yeah. That's the type of guy this is, who's the Secretary of the Navy, okay?
Senator, that would be up to the Secretary of War and the Secretary of State, sir.
Yeah, well, that's what's really distressing.
Yeah. I love how the U.S. Secretary of Navy says they're pausing weapons sales to Taiwan to make sure they have munitions that they need for epic fury, which we have plenty. There's a lie here one way or another. Either they're pausing weapons sales to Taiwan unrelated to the Iran war, or there aren't plenty of munitions, or both. I think it's both. But I think the reason why they're doing this is not because they want to preserve their munitions. I do think that they're running out of munitions, however. But I think America is stupid enough and has enough fucking munitions overall. If they have the, they want to continue expending their munitions, they could, and then still sell weapons to Taiwan. The real reason why they're not doing it is because they are worried. They're worried about China. They don't want to piss off China, and they're also worried about how much munitions they have. You got to stop saying America is stupid. It's going to get clipped and posted all over social media. Oh no. Will I draw the ire of people once again because of a clip that's clipped out of context? That would be crazy. What do you want me to say? We are behaving in a stupid way. It's true. Axios, citing U.S. officials. Trump is frustrated with the Iran negotiations and is now raising the possibility of one final major military strike, after which he would unilaterally declare victory and end the war. They described the negotiations as agonizing, draft proposals going back and forth daily with little meaningful progress. Declaring victory and ending a war are two different things. One requires a press conference, the other requires Iran to agree. Does Trump have the leverage to pull this off? Oh, God, ChatGPT. Iran spokesperson pushed back directly on growing U.S. optimism, warning that the Pakistani army chief's visit to Tehran should not be read as a sign that a breakthrough is imminent. The full position stated publicly today, not close to a deal, differences too deep to resolve in weeks. The nuclear issue is not even on the table at this stage. Iran says that it has a right to peaceful nuclear energy as an NPT member, and that's that. Meanwhile, Qatar sent a separate delegation to Tehran today, and Pakistan's army chief made yet another trip, his third visit this week. Someone in this negotiation is performing for the cameras. Any question is who and why now? Okay. Wait, where were we? Yeah. So that is where we are at. U.S. pauses $14 billion weapon sales to Taiwan due to the Iran war. And that's their claim for it. But I do think the real reason for why they're doing this is because they are offering concessions to Xi Jinping because Trump respects power. This is one of the only areas where Donald Trump can sometimes edge out the average, like Anthony Blinken style NATO Atlanticist. Okay? Because an ideologue who believes in pure American domination would look at the situation and be like, fuck off. We're, of course, sending more weapons to Taiwan. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is a little bit more pragmatic. He doesn't give a shit about, Xi Jinping being a dictator or whatever the fuck the American Democratic Party-backed NATO Atlanticists would say and do. Okay? It's a much more cold, calculated, and violent way of looking at the world, where instead of trying to continue stress testing the capabilities that America has against a much more powerful enemy. He's more pragmatic when it comes to shit like this. Ironically enough, when it comes to Israel, though, he is a total fucking servant. Did you discuss what the DHS said about green card seekers? No, I did not. So in this circumstance, his transactional and pragmatic nature and his tendency to concede against his tendency to concede in the face of power is leading him to deal with China in a better way than I think Democrats have in the past.
Israeli authorities. Katrina Graham from Ireland.
Speaking of insane countries that behave in an increasingly more violent and belligerent manner, Israel intercepted yet another humanitarian aid flotilla. And this time they were even more ruthless than the past towards the activists. They made a big show of it as well. Ben-Gvir did the classic Ben-Gvir thing and flexed how much they were torturing this international contingency of humanitarian activists.
Spoke to Sky News once she had arrived in Istanbul.
So we had been kidnapped in international waters. We were kept for about 2 days on what we're calling a prison boat that was set up especially for this purpose. There were 2 prison boats that were used. We know that on one of the prison boats, pretty much everybody that went through was brutalized as they were being brought into the main area of the prison boat. So there was huge levels of physical violence. Multiple people got shot. We've already had reports of at least 15 sexual assaults, at least 30 broken bones, concussions, broken clavicles, broken ribs. And the reality is that we know this is nothing compared to what Palestinian people face every single day.
We've asked the Israeli authorities for a response to these allegations. We're yet to hear back. Some activists were taken to hospital in Istanbul for treatment. Photos posted online showed bruises and injuries consistent with being hit by rubber bullets. Turkish.
The flotilla included the sister of the president of Ireland also, and they haven't released her as far as I know. Yeah, I don't know if they released her yet or not, but yeah. Several flotilla participants were raped and multiple cases of sexual violence were reported among the 428 global Summit flotilla activists being detained by Israeli forces, according to steering committee member Tiago Avia, who welcomed the released activists upon release. They are increasing the intensity. They're increasing their violence. They're increasing the intensity of the violence. They're increasing the torture that they subject people to. It's left unrestrained. They're becoming even more belligerent.
Media reported that some had suffered from fractured ribs as well as injuries from...
And guess what? The rest of the world is allowing it to happen. Okay? The rest of the fucking world is totally on board with this. They're allowing it to happen. They're terrified of incurring the wrath of Israel, and not just Israel necessarily, but America, right? And Trump doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. They're even with all of our anger, even with all of our frustrations, even with all the protests, even with all the demonstrations, it just genuinely doesn't fucking matter. So, of course, from Israel's perspective, this is a flex.
Electric shocks or tasers. And flotilla organizers have claimed to us that many people did have broken ribs.
I was immediately grabbed by 5 IDF or police officers, Israeli police officers. They put my head down and started beating me. One of them had gloves on with hardened plastic, and he started punching my face and swelled shut.
We have been beaten, every single one of us has been beaten with electric shocks. We have all over our body bruises. Many people have broken ribs. Many people cannot walk. And then after that, they went us to prison, and it was the most barbaric experience I have ever lived.
Katrina Graham was the woman seen in a video shouting at the far-right Israeli politician Itamar Ben-Gvir as he berated the activists while in Israeli detention. She then had her head shoved to the ground.
And when I saw Ben-Gvir passing us by when we were being processed at Ashdod Port, I did not want to stay silent in the face of everything that he has done that is absolutely horrific to the Palestinian people. So raised my voice and said, "Free Palestine." And immediately there was a very rough crackdown and I was dragged away into isolation.
Ben-Gvir's actions have been widely condemned, including by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, by the governments of Britain, France, the Netherlands, Spain, and even the Trump administration, normally the most steadfast defenders of Israel.
There's a lot of statements coming out from Netanyahu and others acting as though Ben-Gvir is some kind of isolated incident. And the reality is he is a symptom. He is not the entire cancer here. He is a part of an entire system that has existed in this way for far too long.
Dude, for a second, I forgot we're watching Sky News. I mean, this has like very little views overall, but like, I literally for a second thought we were watching Drop Site. This means the environment is shifting a little bit. Okay, this is fucking Sky News. This is Sky News coverage. I mean, too little, too late is, an understandable position to take here, but it still shows that the environment is moving.
These flotillas began with the intention of breaking the blockade of Gaza, getting food and aid to the people there. But now they've become more of a general protest.
Every day, Israel becomes more and more of a pariah state. Not that it matters, because obviously there is no real democratic process here, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. But it's important to take note of this. It's important to take note of this. This kind of stuff would never get this level of coverage, or I think that, say it like this. The New York Times Nicholas Kristof opinion editorial piece about the rapes that settlers and the Israeli occupying forces have done. That's not something that you would ever get from the New York Times. They are, I think, recognizing the environment shifting, and they're trying to get ahead of it. They're trying to maintain some semblance of credibility for what comes next, potentially. I see this as a turning point. You know how your ops can only use hypocrisy arguments against you? Well, maybe you should go on the next Gaza flotilla so they can Ouroboros their way into criticizing you for the hypocrisy of going on a peace mission while your home country funds this genocide, Fivehead. Yeah, I don't ever do decisions. I don't ever, take any action because of what my fucking idiotic ops say from their couch. Okay, I don't really give a shit.
Okay,
also, there is 0% chance. There is 0% chance I remain alive after that.
they stopped us, they tasered some of us, they took us on the...
Let me just fucking kill myself right now, just so my... Let me kill myself right now just so my ops can feel, so my ops can give credit.
On the
fuck the ops.
On the prison ship, and in the prison ship it's like a concentration camp, a floating concentration camp. You have barbed wire everywhere. There were containers where we had to sleep, and obviously we were zip tied.
We were stripped, thrown to the ground, kicked. They used tasers against many of us. Some were sexually assaulted. And some of us were denied the chance to see a lawyer.
They even took our shoes away. We walked barefoot on the wet ground. They soaked us and kept us wet in the cold. There was an escalation and there were sexual abuses. So it's undeniable that their violence increased. Psychological violence too, obviously, because you were forced to keep your head down. You couldn't raise it. You always had to stay silent. If we tried to speak, they would shoot at us or isolate you. And being isolated was an even greater danger.
In Cuba, where oil from Venezuela...
China warns U.S. to stop threatening Cuba after Raul Castro was indicted. I love that China, when it comes to Taiwan-related issues is a motherfucking lion. China, when it comes to any other international incident where America is doing genocide, America could just like fucking kill every Cuban. China turns into a little kitty cat, okay? Ooh, stern condemnations from afar, okay? Straight up, Chinese foreign policy at play, folks. You're watching a master, okay? You're watching a master at work. Incredible. Immediately, finger wagging and condemnations coming out. Still more than the West is doing. Okay, guys, we're not matching up, China's impact around the globe versus the United States of America. That's not a real fucking conversation. It's silly. Yeah, okay. Yes, they are far better than the country doing the fucking death and destruction. Of course. Is that even an argument? No.
Has dried up under US pressure. Electricity, fuel and medicine is running short, with another airline ceasing operations today.
Yeah, I will say, yeah, comparing China to modern day Nazi Germany is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation. That's not what we're doing at all, okay? Here's the thing. Here's what I will say, okay? This kind of ties back to the Tulsi Gabbard decision, the resignation. She got pushed out. This also, I think, ties back to Trump not going to his son's wedding and staying behind and staying close to DC. This could be the other thing that we're doing, because we're talking about like potentially going back into war with Iran. That's a tall order, right? Israel obviously wants it, and Trump is a slave, so he might do it. But I do think the reason why, the reason why he's staying behind could also potentially be because there is a military campaign that's imminent, but potentially in Cuba. Okay, because the USS Nimitz is in the Caribbean. They've already created the reasons for why they might have to do a military campaign in Cuba, with the indictment of Raul Castro, 94-year-old former leader of Cuba, Raul Castro, who I believe was the head of defense at the time when the Brothers to the Rescue missions were taking place. These illegal flight missions over Cuban territorial airspace were taking place, where Cuba over and over again warned the American government to stop it, warned the FAA to stop these missions. And then inevitably, the Cuban military shot down 2 of those airplanes and killed, I think, 3 American citizens or 4 American citizens that were contracted by a CIA operative who was the head of the Brothers to the Rescue missions. Anyway, America might want to do a Venezuela here because they feel weak and like a weak bully. They might try to enforce their power, and they might try to do some quick, rapid, and albeit very violent military campaign in Cuba to chalk up like a quick W, what they perceive to be a quick W. Alex Ward, national security reporter at Wall Street Journal, also a part of the manufacturing of consent, says China and Russia have in recent years expanded their intelligence operations in Cuba, investing in electronic eavesdropping facilities and tripling intel personnel to staff them since 2023, according to officials familiar with U.S. intelligence assessments. Despite years of intelligence activity by China and Russia on the island, Washington is now using the issue to sharpen its public case for escalating its pressure campaign on Cuba. Out of 18 known signals intelligence sites on the island, China actively runs 3 of them, and Russia currently operates another 2, with the rest belonging to Cuba, according to officials familiar with the updated assessments. Beijing and Moscow's main surveillance targets are U.S. Central Command in Tampa and U.S. Southern Command just outside of Miami, according to the officials, although their equipment largely intercepts unclassified communications. Some former officials question whether the findings represent a significant new threat, noting Russia and China have many other ways to collect intelligence on U.S. targets. The timing seems more than a little convenient, said Ricardo Zuniga, a former senior state official. The U.S. elevated Cuba as an intelligence target in recent weeks following an order signed by Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, officials said. Yeah. They are, this is a part of the manufacturing consent efforts. They are trying to create a, I guess, sufficient reasoning to intervene and to militarily engage Cuba after 60 years of economic terrorism that the American governments have enforced upon the Cuban population, death and destruction, born out of the sanctions regime that was uniparty, of course.
And 20-hour blackouts.
And this is the final arm of that that ambition.
Food rotting in fridges, if there at all. The banging of pots and pans, a signal of distress, is now a nightly soundtrack in Havana. And it is this moment that the US has chosen to tighten its grip.
Today, we are announcing an indictment charging Raul Castro and several others with conspiracy to kill US nationals.
The US waited 30 years to formally accuse Raul Castro of ordering the downing of 2 civilian planes, killing 4 Cuban Americans in 1996. An indictment a bit like the one issued before the US seized Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, with one big difference. The former Cuban president, while still seen as the power behind the throne, is about to turn 95. Cuban state TV said the government condemned the despicable accusation against the leader of the revolution, accusing the US of lacking legitimacy and political provocation. And the Cubans will see this as provocative too. News today that the American aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz, one of the world's largest warships, had entered the Caribbean Sea, a pattern now familiar after Venezuela and Iran. So are they preparing to act?
Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it. So
yeah, this is, I mean, it's just boomer conservatism, boomer agenda, boomer cons, pedo cons and boomer cons. That's it. Oh, I'll finally do it. It'll be a nice little cherry on top. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, right? If you want Cuba to liberalize its economy, the Obama method was unbelievably successful. Okay? Normalizing relations, or at least starting the process of normalizing relations with Cuba, actually did do that. Okay? But that's not the goal here. The goal here isn't to just like get Cuba to have a market economy. The goal here is to dominate Cuba. The goal here is to turn Cuba into a worse version of either Puerto Rico or Haiti. Either of which is I guess beneficial in the short term for the American revenge fantasy that they have over Cuba. They say China is communist too, so why not treat Cuba like they treat China? Because they can't. Because Cuba is not a nuclear-armed nation. Funny you mention it. Didn't Obama also order the killing of American citizens? Yes, he did. Am I a defender of Barack Obama's foreign policy in its entirety? No, I'm just telling you. Just like when I tell you Trump is doing something, that Trump is making the correct decision with China, even though I despise him, I will say when Obama is doing or Obama has done something that I think is good and smart. 2 key foreign policy decisions that stick out from the Obama administration are the JCPOA, the Iran denuclearization agreement in exchange for sanctions relief, and normalizing trade relations or normalizing relations with Cuba, starting that process. I'm not saying you are, just pointing out a fact. Yes.
be happy to do it. We want to open it up to Cuban Americans where they can go back and help.
But what is the it? The hand of friendship or military action? The Cuban-American Secretary of State recorded this Spanish message to Cubans offering aid and a new relationship yesterday, saying their government and not the US is to blame for the hardship. But the mood music...
Am I too crazy? These Cuba aggression is going to be the excuse for Trump to show results prior to the midterms? Yeah, but who is it for? Who is it for? They realize the Iran war is an embarrassing failure, so they want a quick win to try to reassert the hegemony of the United States on the world stage and also convince the public that Trump is strong. Yes, I think that's part of it. They want to demonstrate strength again. And after Iran, since it's been going on in such a poorly, so poorly in such an obvious way, is to demonstrate other countries as much as it is to demonstrate to Americans. Yes. But everyone, maybe Americans don't understand this, but everyone around the world knows that Cuba has been picked apart and destroyed by America's sanctions regime. Cuba doesn't have the same defensive capabilities or the productive forces to withstand any sort of American war, any sort of American military action. We've been starving this fucking island for 60 years pretty much, or at least trying to starve this island. And things have obviously taken a turn for the worse in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR. I don't know. Did you talk about their bullshit lie about Cuba having $18 billion? They conflated the numbers? Yes, I've covered it before.
Was different when CIA Director John Ratcliffe visited the island nation last week, with US intelligence leaked to Axios, claiming Cuba had acquired more than 300 military drones, a claim that has been met with skepticism. As tensions rose, China stepped into the fold, with a foreign ministry spokesman saying it opposed US pressure on Cuba.
The US should stop wielding the stick of sanctions and judicial measures against Cuba and stop resorting to threats of force at every turn.
Yeah, the drone claim is bullshit. I don't even know if they actually have 300 new drones or whatever, but they're a sovereign nation. Who gives a fuck if they do? I don't even believe that this is a real... Like, I just oppose every part of this argument, right? The idea that, like, Cuba is not allowed to purchase drones if they choose to do so is ridiculous. Okay? The idea that this would be a threat to America is doubly ridiculous. What the fuck do you mean? It's a sovereign nation. If they see the need for military drones, for personal security reasons, for national sovereignty related reasons, they absolutely have a right to do that. The fuck are we talking about? And I haven't seen enough evidence to suggest that this is true to begin with. But even if it was, it still doesn't make any sense.
Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C.,
Americans have really had their fill of Donald Trump's excursions.
I don't know what the president's plans are, but the combination of his rhetoric and the positioning of U.S. forces and blockading of energy into Cuba, you know, if this was happening in the United States, we would consider it an act of war.
I think we need to have liberty and freedom. I don't think it's going to take military action. I think the people of Cuba are going to rise.
Yeah, to understand how deeply unserious this fucking dickhead is, he literally in the indictment announcement was complaining about how, you know, I've demanded his assassination and I've gone to Cuba to do propaganda for Cuba. Like that's how unserious these guys are. If like the crisis was imminent, if this was a serious threat, you wouldn't probably be talking about a fucking Twitch streamer, right? To like beef up the crimes of Cuba, you know?
the issue was firmly on the agenda on Capitol Hill with different views, but a shared anticipation that for Donald Trump, Cuba could be next in line.
Yeah. Where is it? There is more on this. Yeah, I believe the liberation of the wonderful people of Cuba from the clutches of communism is close at hand. Cuba Libre. This is exactly how this motherfucker was talking about Iran, by the way, right before the Iran, the Iran military campaign started. Oh, here is former CIA officer Philip Agee explaining why the U.S. has been waging economic warfare on Cuba for decades and trying to strangle and overthrow the socialist system. They know. Here, let's take a look at what he had to say. I've never seen this video before, so I don't know.
They know that if the Cubans are successful in their example of being able to provide, as a poor country, the best medical care in the third world to the whole population, because it's an inclusionary system. It's not like we have here, where you have this huge bulk of the population, you know, marginalized. But there, if everybody can have adequate medical care, if the schooling is adequate for all, and remember...
Bro sounds like Reagan? Bro, everybody used to sound like Reagan. This is 1995.
Cuba has more doctors and more teachers per capita than any country in the world. And they have succeeded in these areas, and it's all state supported, which means people don't have to put money out for the medical care. Of course, pay the cost indirectly as a whole society, but they don't have to pay the bill in the hospital and so forth. And so that cannot be allowed to stand. It's a very bad example for the United States and for all the third world people in the United States. After all, we're becoming a third world country very fast, if not already, you know.
Not already, yeah.
And so there is a very large mass of people out there who can look at Cuba and say, well, if they can do it, and on a per capita income of $2,000, $2,500 a year, where ours is $22,500 a year, what's wrong with our system? I mean, maybe we ought to consider an alternative.
That's why Nicaragua, Sandinista Nicaragua, had to be destroyed.
Exactly. They were a bad example, and that's why Grenada had to be destroyed, because any movement that comes to power with the idea of providing for all the people and of escaping the control of the
When
United
was this video
States
made? 1995.
and its economy, let's say the corporations and so forth, then that is bad.
Yeah, I always talk about this. It's called the threat of a good alternative, okay? The threat of an alternative. That's what it is. If Cuba gets to thrive with a communist system 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America, what does that say about our current for-profit healthcare structure that exists? How can a country that is so poor have a complete government-sponsored, complete government-controlled, nationalized healthcare system where every single person can get their healthcare needs met? The threat of a good example in that situation is not beneficial for the capital-owning class. Okay? It's terrifying. So we have to punish it. We have to make sure that they suffer for that crime. Their crime against capital, the only crime that matters.
Here in the United States in the upper circles of power and influence.
It's part of it. That is why we wage this kind of ideological warfare. That's why the sanctions regime that we have implemented, the sanctions terrorism that we've implemented, has to be purposefully kept invisible. Donald Trump doesn't play by those rules. Donald Trump doesn't have the tact to actually maintain the invisibility of the sanctions process. And that's part of the reason why more people are paying attention to what's going on in Cuba now, especially in the aftermath of what we did to Gaza and how much we lied, how much Israel lied in the process. People are a lot more skeptical of American foreign policy decisions than ever before. The American population, by and large, doesn't give a shit about our cruelty overseas, right? But paired up with the seismic attitude shift against American militarism by regular Americans, and also Trump's tendency to just say the quiet part out loud, all of a sudden you arrive at this interesting new predicament where people are, at least those who are paying a little bit of attention to what the fuck's going on, look at the situation and go, wait a minute, why are we doing this? This doesn't make sense. For 60 years, America's engineering around Cuba's demise, like economic sanctions terror, was deliberately kept invisible, you know? Also, they could say the reason why Cubans are suffering is because of their own personal decisions. The reason why Cuba is suffering is because of the Cuban communist government's decisions, because communism is a failure, right? Now Trump is like, nope, there's an oil blockade. If you send oil to Cuba, we will do something about it. We will intercept it with our Navy. We've surrounded the island. We will punish you if you send a drop of oil to Cuba. And with the one exception of a Russian oil tanker, no one else is willing to entertain that. More Perfect Union made a video on this. Let's take a look.
It really looks like the Trump administration is getting ready to take over Cuba.
And now to the crisis in Cuba.
Cuba has always posed a national security threat to the United States.
A new U.S. aircraft carrier is moving into the Caribbean.
I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba.
The last few weeks have all the classic hallmarks: high-level talks, a criminal indictment, and an imminent attack, all to create the pretense for action. So why is this happening now, and who is cheerleading this invasion? Well, step one was Venezuela. By removing Nicolas Maduro from power in January, the administration cut the Cuban government off from a lifeline, since Venezuela sold them crude oil and other fuel for years. And by cutting off Cuba's only lifeline and then increasing the intensity of the blockade, the Trump administration has created a humanitarian crisis. It's a maximum pressure campaign on Cuba, and nobody was pushing harder for that than Marco Rubio. Rubio is the son of Cuban exiles and a hardliner on Cuba himself, and he's made his career calling for regime change in the country. In fact, he claims to be the architect behind this maximum pressure campaign, strangling the country of all imports and sources of energy. Deeply connected to Rubio and the state of Florida, there is an entire community of wealthy Cuban exiles who are pushing to oust the Cuban government. That includes the Fanjul brothers, sugar billionaires. The Fanjul family were the sugar kings of Cuba before the communist revolution. When the Cuban government seized their sugar plantations, they fled to the US and they rebuilt their sugar empire here. A new regime in Cuba could mean reclaiming their former hold on Cuban sugar, and they'll support any politician who helps them do it, Democrat or Republican. They backed Rubio for years, helping make his career with consistent donations, and now they've done the same for Trump.
Again, not a real country, just a bunch of corporate interests in a trench coat. Not a real country at all. Our politicians are bought and sold. This is yet another glaringly obvious example of this. Okay? That's it. These guys are advancing basically almost not a century old, but half a century old grievance here. And they do not care how many people they starve in the process.
Trump. This community also includes people like Orlando Gutierrez Boronat and the Assembly of the Cuban Resistance, a collection of NGOs all committed to a change of government in Cuba, many funded directly by the US government. Orlando Gutierrez and others help launder the government narrative, claiming that Cuba is a threat and building plans for a new government and how to open Cuba to foreign corporations. Speaking of which, we can't forget the corporate interests and the industrialists who are ready to take advantage of a new Cuban government. ExxonMobil is ready and waiting. They recently brought a case to the Supreme Court against Cuba over their confiscated land and oil refineries in the country. Regime change would likely mean a big payout for them and a way back into Cuba. And last, Jorge Mas Santos. He's a billionaire, owner of Inter Miami CF Football Club, and the chair of Mastec, a massive infrastructure and telecom company. He's connected to Trump, he runs a Cuban exile group that drafts plans to open the country to foreign investment, and he's ready to take advantage of regime change in Cuba with his massive corporation. Over the next few days and weeks, you're going to hear a lot of stories about how Cuba is a threat, how the government has to be changed. You probably already are. But as always, try to remember that there is a group of people cheering this invasion on who are doing it mostly for power and for profit.
How can you look at the situation and see hope? What can we do but sit and watch the U.S. take over Cuba? Brother, you have to try and do your very best, okay? You have to gum up the works. You have to protest. You have to work with politicians at times, even if you don't agree with them, across the board, and try to do your very best. Okay? That's it. Things like this matter. Broad awareness initiatives matter. A lot of people check out of the Cuba conversation every single time. What is this? Fox News mentioned you again.
And the far right, you've got.
Ugh, God. Pure anti-Semitism. Lawmakers condemn anti-Semitism in political campaigns. Oh, I fucking hate Gottheimer so much. What a piece of shit.
Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of the great state of Florida, also running to be that state's next governor. Democrat Congressman Josh Gottheimer of my home state, great state of New Jersey. Good to see you both. Look, this is happening now at a time that's right before the midterms. I don't know if anybody saw this as an election issue. Byron, I'm going to hear from you first. What do you say?
This is a major election issue. It's something that's been cropping up more and more on social media. And I think what you're starting to see are people who are living online way too much, who are buying into these conspiracy theories as if the Jewish people are running Americans for.
I know what you're saying, but it's hard because it feels like I'm powerless and you see the pain innocent people are going through. How do you not feel overwhelmed or burn out? There's no other option. That's it. There's no other alternative. I mean, we just experienced a live streamed Holocaust for the last 2.5 years, right? If I kept up that attitude, if I just like leaned into nihilism, if I just felt depressed and decided to quit, you know, then and others also felt the same way, we would have not been able to reach the broad consciousness in the Western world where Israel is unambiguously a pariah state. Okay? People kept protesting in spite of everything else. And they did it because of the casualties, because of the death and destruction that befall the Palestinian population. You can't let these people dying be in vain. You can't just discard it. You fight through that depression and that nihilism for that reason. And you try to lean into moments of little pockets of hope, little pockets of optimism. Electing a mayor of New York that is an anti-Zionist is a moment of hope that you can lean into. And now it's not just a couple politicians here and there. There is a wave of politicians that are openly in opposition to Israel, right? Only 3 days ago, Chris Rabb basically guaranteed that he will be a DSA endorsed, DSA cadre congressperson from Philadelphia. These are, moments of optimism that you can and should lean into. This is part of the reason why I'm also very critical of people that are on our side that regularly foment this pessimism, where they say, oh, none of this actually matters. Okay, this is why I'm very frustrated with people who discourage those from doing more. You just have to block out the noise. You have to tune out the noise. And you have to remind yourself that you're doing this for other people. You're doing it for them. Okay? That's it. You can never succumb to nihilism. Part of the reason why you can't do it is because your enemies want you to. Okay? That's why I say, spite could be a good motivating factor as well. Because all of these people, including those on screen right now, would love for you to give up. Oh, it would be fantastic for you to give up. It'd be amazing if you never, created a big fuss. That's part of the reason why they do things like this. That's part of the reason why they do these sorts of media hits. That's part of the reason why Josh Gottheimer has a fucking bill out there, a condemnation bill against me as well. So that I feel discouraged, so that this community feels discouraged, so that I don't have a platform any longer, so they can apply pressure to places like Twitch, Meta, Google, to stop these companies from allowing someone like myself to have any voice, to communicate anti-Zionist thought and Palestinian dignity and sovereignty to a broader audience. They understand the damage that this creates. That's the reason why they choose to stop it. So what are you going to do? Give up? Let these guys fucking win? It's ridiculous. Here's Rashid Khalidi, very important historian of Palestinian descent and an important historian of Palestine as well, talking about the dangers of purity politics and why meaningful political change requires broad coalitions, strategic alliances, and building power beyond politics' self-satisfaction. Khalidi says that if the goal is to stop arms sales, advance divestment, and shift policy, movements cannot remain trapped in a tiny, ineffective minority. Let's take a look.
I would like to hear more about that because, especially within the Palestinian movement, there tends to be some divisions over what's going on in Palestine, Gaza, with Hamas, with armed resistance, and sort of people tend to always butt heads over like armed resistance versus non-armed resistance, especially when armed resistance has been such a
Can I say something about that? I'm perfectly happy to have people in Ghazi or Nablus talk about it. What the hell business is it of ours in the United States? I mean, really, seriously, you want to support something, support it. But to make that a debate between us divides us and brings unspeakable joy to our enemies. Let them fight about armed struggle, because they're not going to struggle or be armed. They're sitting in Georgetown or in University of Chicago. I mean, what does that have to do with what we have to do? We live in the belly of the beast. We live in the country that sustains this genocide. Our work has to do with the United States.
But
I mean, as Palestinians, we have a voice in the inter-Palestinian debate. But in my opinion, that's not the most important thing we should be doing in the United States. It should be figuring out what we can do here.
For the record, a lot of people on the pro-armed resistance side of this equation will hear his words and then will unironically not listen to his words or internalize it and immediately foment more debate, more conflict, and say, oh, well, Rashid Khalidi is anti-armed resistance. Okay, I'm not, but I understand the point he's trying to make. The point he's making is there is no reason to have this kind of discourse and to fight amongst one another when our goal ultimately is united. Our goal ultimately is the end to the occupation. He didn't say that, what the fuck? No, he didn't say that here. Okay? He didn't say that right now. I'm just telling you what some people will do in the aftermath of Rashid Khalidi's take here. They will advance the exact opposite point that he is trying to make. Okay? The point he's trying to make is it doesn't matter if someone is being anti-armed resistance at the end of the day, if their goal ultimately is to try and end the occupation. He's right. You can be opportunistic allies in politics. In fact, that is politics. Mao and Chiang Kai-shek were able to join together to fight Japan, but some of you guys think a different DSA caucus is your enemy on issues you agree with people on. You can work together. Like you can work with someone who supports an arms embargo, even if they aren't all the way supporting a binational state, for instance. Yeah, that's my assessment. That's my that's my goals. That's what I try to do to the best of my ability all the time. What is this? Not necessarily. You could be more charitable. I understand his point. I am being charitable. I'm literally defending him. What are you talking about? I get fighting doomerism, but using Zoran Musadani as an example might not be the best choice. It's better to point out actual resistance on the ground and their incredible bravery. Man, shut up. You don't understand the point I'm making, and you don't understand the point he's making either. The point I'm making is whatever fucking floats your boat. If you can, to the average American who has never even encountered the concept of why Palestinians resist or understand it, who actually still say fuck Israel, but don't fully grasp why Palestinians resist, someone like Zoran Mamdani is actually an opportunity to be hopeful, okay? And there are plenty of people like that out there. The point you should ask yourself is like, is this actually, I mean, I make those jokes too about Zoran, obviously, but like, if you're advancing that as a sincere critique, okay, you should ask yourself, is this productive? You should try to grasp the larger conversation that the masses are having or where they're at. It takes time to get them on board with things like this. It takes time to chip away at powerful forces of propaganda in this country. After 20 plus years of unlimited Islamophobic propaganda from every orifice of the American government, it is very difficult to get Americans to be on board with armed militancy against the United States of America and its allies. Okay? They think everything is ISIS. It has taken a long ass time to get even people in this community on board with armed militancy and armed resistance. Some of you act like you've been there all along. Many of you were not. Okay? And the only reason why I had any success in trying to get people to understand the humanity of Palestinians and therefore why they engage in armed resistance and armed militancy is because I'm much more forgiving of people's shortcomings in this field. And a lot of people will take that charitability, take that nuance, and claim that I'm doing it to cape for Zionists, for Zios. I'm a Zio myself. I'm a Zio-Dem. Take my conversations with Bernie Sanders, for example. One thing that I give credit to Bernie Sanders on always is the fact that regardless of his own personal opinion on this issue, and it's very clear that he's biased, very clear that he has a liberal Zionist framework that he operates off of, he doesn't stand in opposition to those who are anti-Zionist. As a matter of fact, he has propped up, defended, and also actively endorsed many people who are to the left of him on this issue. Okay? So he doesn't allow his own personal shortcomings to get in the way of building a broader, more successful movement. A more successful anti-Zionist movement. Very extreme to compare the Chinese Civil War. I know, Lamau. I'm trying to make the case on two sides that were literally killing each other for years, but then joined together anyway to have a common cause. If a decade of civil war can be overcome to form an alliance, your minor difference in ideological tendency can too. Yes. If resistance in and of itself is legitimate, not only is armed resistance legitimate also, but it's necessary. That said, let the armed resistance do their part, unarmed resistance do theirs. Exactly.
In this country, we are not the resistance. I mean, I heard students say, we are. No, excuse me. Excuse me. You are not. You are Isned. You are the support of the Palestinian struggle, at best, if you do a good job. And if not, you're a hindrance, with all due respect.
Yeah. But I want to go back specifically to the politics within Palestine. And
But I would rather go back. We can go there. I would rather go back to here.
Okay.
Because this issue of purity and so on and so forth, I think you have two choices. You can be a tiny, ineffective minority for the rest of your life with the people who think exactly like you and have the correct line, in which case you condemn yourself to complete and utter uselessness. Or you can figure out a strategy which brings you together with people who you don't entirely agree with, but with whom you agree on a specific objective. What is our objective? Is our objective stopping arms sales? I can agree with some Zionists. Is our objective BDS, the divestment of universities? I can agree with some people. I don't agree with on anything else on that. I might not agree with other things on them, with them on other things. But if you want to change anything, and you don't just want to be pure and self-satisfied and know that you've done the right thing, if you're willing to actually decide this is the objective and to achieve it, we're going to have to get our hands dirty and talk to people we don't really like. Imagine that, creating a coalition which affects change with people you don't really agree with. But that's effective. The other is completely ineffective.
And I think like this is very important because you're telling us to kind of like stay away from this very narrow view into like Palestine, Israel. And if I think the global movement has looked at the connections of like the military industrial complex, looked at, for example, what the community needs before they can go protest, like people's basic needs in the streets, like just class struggles, I think we can have more effective.
I think if we're thinking about ways to reach beyond the narrow group of people who are active around Palestine to people who don't have proper schools or hospitals or whatever because so much money is spent on the war machine, then we're talking about a majority of Americans who may agree, let's stop arms to Israel, not only because they're killing Palestinians, but because they're killing people who don't have proper hospitals, and they're leading to the miseducation of youth, and they're leading to our having the worst railway systems, the worst bridges in the world, because we're not spending on infrastructure, because a third of the budget is going to weapons to kill people, not just Palestinians, of course. So I agree with you completely.
Who's this guy again? That's famous scholar, academic, Palestinian, Rashid Khalidi, who wrote 100 Years in Palestine, among numerous other works. People who usually drone on about purity politics tend to hold people who are actually on the ground resisting their extermination to standards no one in their situation can meet. So tired of the purity politics framing because it functionally is meant to demonize people in this country who are pushing to the left. There's a reason why we don't hear purity politics combo on the right. And I'm not talking about Twitter. If there's no moral ideological framework for accountability, then there are no goals that are achievable. Every movement that has ever achieved anything like liberation for its people has had moral and ideological framework that cannot be compromised, even if certain strategies differed. When that framework is compromised, everything crumbles. I agree with Khalidi in a general way, but as I say above, there's no movement without a moral and ideological framework. Then it's a free-for-all, and it allows people like Carlson, etc., to come in and navigate the narrative, and thus the outcome. I think, regardless of my own personal politics, my own personal moral framework, I'm willing to work with people who are at least closer to my worldview on this issue than the average is. And I grade on a curve, and I'm not, I don't hide that, right? I talk about it all the time. I grade politicians on a curve. I adjust who I work with or who I align with entirely dependent on what the rest of the body politic looks like. Okay? This is why, although I have my criticisms of AOC at times, or I have my criticisms of Bernie Sanders at times, I still understand that as long as they don't get in the way of other people to their left and actively do endorse them and use their massive platforms to prop them up, I don't have an issue. Or rather, I don't let the issues that I do have get in the way of building a broader movement. Okay? I mean, Adam Hamawi is a great example of this as well, of course. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez endorsed Dr. Adam Hamawi, candidate for New Jersey 12. The New Jersey primary election is June 2nd. The right famously falls in behind their leaders, Lamau. If the people who support arms resistance supported people who were in charge of other forms of moves against Israel, there would be no conflict. I don't punch left at those people unless they are discrediting politicians who have goals to counter Israel directly, like removing weapons from Israel and removing U.S. attacks on international law will contain Israel and thereby aid the resistance. Exactly. That's it. A lot of people, I think, look at the situation. A lot of people, I think, look at this and go, no, my way or the fucking highway. They don't understand that, like, AOC, in an unbelievably meaningful way. What is this? Stateside podcast? Oh, my Guardian podcast came out. What is the Soundpikers Dude Bro project really about? Stateside with Kai and Carter. Wait. That's interesting that the podcast came out, but I didn't actually talk. I only talked to Kai. I did not talk to Carter. It was a one-on-one. So here's the thing. Dude Bro's a bit demeaning, but okay. I don't care. What I'm trying to say is this. Okay. There are moments where AOC falls short. Okay. But not to a degree where I personally would consider what she's doing in comparison to the rest of Congress to be a genuine detriment. Although there are instances where she can be a detriment. Same with Zohran Mamdani. Right? But at the end of the day, if AOC played a formative role in propping up anti-Zionists that are now running for office, okay? Numerous anti-Zionists that are running for office, and literally did the exact opposite of what Jasmine Crockett is doing, for example, and propped up a big contingency of Democratic politicians, okay? Democratic politicians that now will be able to caucus, will now be able to be a genuine, undeniable force that demands an end to weapons transfers, that demands an embargo on Israel, for example. If that were to happen, and AOC played a role in that, that is unbelievably beneficial for the Palestinians. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time to get there. And I think a lot of people forget that this kind of stuff doesn't happen instantly. I think people see, in the most charitable interpretation, I think people see the carnage that's unfolding. They feel a moral culpability, and they feel a sense of responsibility in the violence that's unfolding. And they want immediate solutions. But unfortunately, in the real world, there is no real justice, and justice doesn't come instantly. It takes a very long time. They feel this sense of urgency, and they immediately want an instant moment of restitution. It doesn't happen. And when it doesn't happen, they succumb to despair. And they feel as though there must be structural hurdles in front of them. And there are. But instead of seeing they miss the forest for the trees. Instead of seeing the structural hurdles that are presented by the 99% of congressional representatives and senators that are unbelievably invested in maintaining Israel's regime of cruelty, death, and destruction, they look at some of their closest allies and they say, you must be the reason why things are not moving fast enough. I don't know why people operate this way. Or I try to get people to be a little bit more, what the fuck? Okay, that was weird. That was odd. I don't know what just happened. Right, so tell me, was the anti-apartheid regime movement in South Africa as gradual as you claim? Yes. I don't know what it was. It was just a random blip. Okay, everybody calm down. Everybody cool it. It's fine. It was for a brief moment. I must do my daily 10M Israel highs real quick. Okay. Fiverr says hi. Yeah. With South Africa did not have the same level of interconnectedness with centers of capital in the way that Israel has, right? Because South Africa was not able to maintain its apartheid, and Israel has been able to maintain its apartheid in the aftermath of the dissolution of the South African one. So Israel learned a lot of lessons from that, right? That's why it's a more cruel that's why it's a much more cruel version of the same apartheid regime that existed in South Africa. And beyond that, its resilience, Israel's resilience, is born out of the fact that they were there when the South African apartheid ended. They learned lessons from that, okay? They made themselves an undeniable part of American politics, for example. It's quite difficult to tackle this behemoth. And yet, I would go so far as to say, in such a short period of time, in over 3 years, there has been tremendous seismic shifts in this country. And the only reason why I can say that is because I've experienced it for the past 10 years leading up to the last 3. Been an open anti-Zionist for the past 13 years of my professional media career, and much longer than that, obviously. But the seismic shifts in attitude that we have seen are relatively new. They are so new that many in positions of power do not even recognize it. They don't even understand where people are right now. Part of that is because they've lived a life. They've lived a lifetime of being pro-Israel, that Israel was the third rail, the untouchable point of contention that no one can ever bring up. If they do, then they're inundated with a barrage of attack ads and called an anti-Semite, and then that's it. No one questions it. So if you match up the seismic shift in attitude, where now, for the first time ever in American history, Americans are more in support of Palestinians than they are of Israelis. If you can't comprehend how that took place, then just learn go back in time and try to figure out exactly how this issue was communicated in broad daylight, in public discourse, even 3 years ago.
National strategy. And we don't have anybody putting things forward except Palestinian civil society. I mean, it's essentially in the hands of private individuals and private groups to do the work that a Palestinian liberation movement should be doing and hasn't really done for decades, which is to speak convincingly with a clear voice to global public opinion. The Zionists didn't take over and win simply because they had the support of great powers, or it didn't simply win because they had more guns, and they didn't simply win because they had financial support. They won largely because they understood the importance of speaking to global publics. And unfortunately, Palestinian leaderships, benighted Palestinian leaderships from the 20s and the 30s right up through the current lot of people who should be turfed out, have never really understood the importance of it. I mean, what have you heard that a Palestinian ambassador has said? Well, there are two of them who've spoken that I've seen in the last several weeks, in London and Salah Abdel Haider in Vienna, I think. So, I mean, I'm not blaming the individual diplomats. I'm blaming the fact that you do not have this unified national movement with a clear strategy and a clear voice speaking.
Where do you think it might come from now, this national movement?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to take refuge in the dodge that I always employ, which is the job description of a historian doesn't include predicting the future. I don't know where it should come from. I don't know where it would come from. These things are always unexpected. I don't think anybody expected the rise of the resistance in the late 1950s and early 1960s to come as it did, from where it did, in the way it did. I don't think I know nobody expected the first Intifada. My guess is people didn't expect the second. And so, I mean, I don't know where it will come from. As I said, I was speaking yesterday and the day before. I think that there's a reservoir of talent in the Palestinian diaspora. And there's an enormous reservoir of talent in Palestinians inside Israel, of people who are savvy about what has to be said and the audiences that have to be addressed. I honestly don't think you can expect for this aspect of it. I'm not talking about a unified national movement. I'm talking about expression of a clear strategy, putting forward a clear strategy once we have one. I don't think you can expect people in Gaza or the West Bank whose only experience of the Israelis is brutal soldiers at checkpoints, or they're bombing you, or they're blowing up your house. I mean, how do those people speak to Israelis and Americans, people who've never been outside of Gaza, or people who can only travel with the greatest difficulty from the West Bank? It has to be either people inside Israel who have freedom to move and who know Israel better than anybody. Any Palestinians know Israel, and who have a sense of the Western world, or those Palestinians, the huge number of Palestinians in the Palestinian diaspora, especially in the West and Latin America.
They're very active.
This is a very cold and very calculated argument on propaganda, for the record. And I suspect that this will be very frustrating for a lot of people that hear this and go, how dare you say this? You know, how dare you say such a thing? This is, you know, you're disparaging. You're saying that the capabilities of Palestinians living in Gaza and the West Bank are worse or something. I don't know, but I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's talking about who has the capacity, because of their lived experience in generating propaganda, like communicating the plight of the Palestinians to people who don't think about the humanity of Palestinians at all. And no, when I say propaganda, I mean it as a neutral term. I'm not using the term Americans understand, which is like misinformation. That's not what I'm saying at all.
They are active, and in fact, if you look at where the greatest progress has been made and where the activism has been the most effective, it's actually those zones. It's not inside the Arab world, where the kind of repression that operates on Arab publics is operating even more severely on Palestinians who live in those countries. We have people tortured to death in Jordan for activism, Palestinian Jordanians.
Yeah, people have been arrested over the
people in Egypt are in jail for Egyptians for protest.
Even in Morocco, it's one of the biggest leaders of the BDS movement was found one day in his apartment in a coma, beaten, and the Moroccan authorities have not opened an investigation.
Nor will they. No. So I don't think you can count on people who live under that kind of repression, or who live physically under occupation in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, on this aspect of it, to take the lead. And that strategy, everybody has to be involved.
Yeah.
And as somebody said in the conference that the Institute for Palestine Studies had yesterday, the best way to gauge this is democratically. I mean, you need to have elections. You need to have people putting forward a program for Palestine and seeing how people.
I also want people to understand that, like, it doesn't stop at a certain point. Like, you don't just, like, you don't stop at liberal Zionism, for example, right? If that's even what he's advocating for, which I don't think he is, right? Because he brings up, like, BDS and certain red lines that liberal Zionists immediately will say is fucking, you know, anti-Semitic and shit like that. I think I have a fairly decent understanding of, you know, broader Western consciousness on this issue. And I am constantly and habitually and deliberately pushing the permission structure in pushing the permission structure to the best of my ability, where I'm forgiving of people's shortcomings or moments of anger, of course, obviously. Like, I totally understand where it's coming from. But I also understand, like, what lines not to cross. Okay? This is why Zionist groups get very frustrated with someone like myself when I choose my words very carefully and say things that most people would never be caught dead saying if they ever think that they can have a moment in you know, a moment of the spotlight of mainstream media, or a moment where they can talk about these sorts of issues convincingly in front of a charitable, large, liberal audience, and get them to question things that they had never questioned before. Okay? One example I use all the time is, of course, the Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. People fucking despise that. Like, the pro-Israeli crowd hate that shit so much. What is this? I already watched it. I already watched the Purity Politics. Hey, I'm Dropsite social media editor who posted the Khalidi clips. Yeah. The Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel conversation is one that really frustrates a lot of Zionists. And the reason why it frustrates a lot of Zionists is because, one, it's true, right? The truth frustrates Zionists. But it also frustrates Zionists because it causes the onlookers to agree with it, because it's so unobjectionable. It's so clearly true that the average person who had never actually thought about it and assumes that Hamas is like this scary, dangerous alien force that is enforcing its wishes upon the Palestinian population aggressively due to all the propaganda about the Palestinian resistance, that is only engaging in militancy out of anger and resentment and anti-Semitism due to all the Islamophobia, right? It causes people to immediately understand when they hear that for the first time ever. They go, wait a minute. While up until this very moment, I thought that these guys were violent barbarians who operate with one anti-Semitic goal in mind. It is true that objectively, Israel has done so many October 7s since October 7. And as long as you also go on this journey of understanding how Hamas was formed in the process, as long as you ask that question, wait a minute, he said that, I kind of agree with him. So what has Israel done before October 7 that might have led to October 7? All of a sudden, you have a bunch of liberals who previously had never questioned the narrative that Hamas, Hezbollah, and all forms of militancy against Israel and the United States of America in the region are just operating out of this weird, unadulterated hatred, right? The people that say loser terrorist supporter like this guy, you know, those people start second guessing their priors. Okay? Maybe not him. Maybe not him. Because I think he might be a supporter of the real terrorists in this conversation, the state of Israel. He might be confusing me with someone who supports the terrorist state of Israel. I do not. And for the record, as someone living in the United States of America, as a taxpayer in the United States of America, I have played a major role in the death and destruction and the demise of the Palestinians. Okay? So it's not up to me to sit around and consistently talk about my disagreements with Hamas's tactics or its form of internal governance, especially when the apartheid still remains, when the occupation still remains, and it worsens every day, especially as Israel is doing its genocide. I know my place. You know? I find it ridiculous to be like, well, but Hamas over and over and over again, as Israel gets to slaughter Palestinians en masse, as Israel gets to do the same now in Lebanon, as Israel tries to get America to do the same in Iran. Right? It's ridiculous. What a ridiculous conversation. What purpose does this serve other than creating an environment of permission for Israeli action? That's it. I think it's no different than hyper-focusing your entire advocacy on the cruelty that the Nazis faced. It's no different than talking about the cruelty that the Nat Turner Rebellion created for slavers and their families. And I think we all understand, especially since the dust has settled on those two incidents, on those two systematic forms of cruelty, Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, and of course, chattel slavery, we immediately understand when someone hyper focuses on that, when someone dials in on the violence that those who were enslaved subjected the slavers to. We say, why are you focusing on that? Don't you think that the far greater systematized form of violence in chattel slavery was a lot more consequential than what those who were previously enslaved subjected their slavers to? If you're to run around saying, well, what about the events like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising that triggered a response by Nazis in retaliation, don't you feel like it was just? Everyone would understand you're talking to a fucking Nazi. The problem is, the contemporary example of Nazi Germany is Israel. And we're aligned with Israel. And not only are we aligned with Israel, but there is a fairly sophisticated and very pervasive propaganda arm of Israel that gets to operate in the United States of America. There's a fairly sophisticated influence peddling operation at the highest levels of office, including the presidency, that causes the American president, commanding the most powerful legion, the most powerful military force on the planet, to be at the mercy, to follow along on the whims and the goals of Israeli leadership. That's it. That's why there are so many people who behave like this guy, product. Right? Says the grift maxing Fuentes cosplayer, sit the fuck down, loser. Canada is cooked. There should have been a hard cap on abbreviations, to be honest. When you get to the point of just having sentence-long abbreviations for inclusion groups, I think the plot has been spectacularly lost. Ted Cruz. Here he is, the same guy that called me a terrorist supporter, calling into question Supreme Court of the United States, Ketanji Brown Jackson's qualifications for being a Supreme Court justice. Brother, the fact that you're asking Grok for approval implies that, you will never understand why she absolutely deserves that role. Okay? It's hilarious. lobotomy recipient. Many such cases.
Vote on it. Now, there are all kinds of problems with democracy. I'm not starry-eyed about, the merits of democracy. On the other hand, the alternatives are all worse. A clique of people in Fatah or in Hamas will decide for the Palestinian people their future. No, I don't accept that. That's not acceptable. If they put their program to a democratic vote, and that vote leads to a unified position, fine. And we actually had that in 2006. There was a vote. Go back and look at what the Hamas program was. Was the Hamas program tahir min al-bahr al-Nahar? No. It was to operate within the Oslo framework, to join parliament, to set up a government together with Fatah. That's what they went to the people with.
Right.
And that's what people voted for.
That's unacceptable for the Americans, for the Israelis.
I understand that. But then you have to maintain your unity and say this is the only basis on which we will deal.
I mean, I think people also have lost faith in what democracy can do when, like, the power of the veto, and when people here are on the streets every day and your politicians are just not listening to what the majority of the Democratic Party want, for example.
Change doesn't happen because we're very angry and we want it today. Change happens over years, sometimes decades, because of dedicated, long-term, sustained work. You did not stop the Vietnam War in 1 year or 3 years or 5 years. It took 10 years of work. You didn't stop the Iraq War. And those are easy compared to this one in terms of American politics. The second thing to say is, until they completely shut down the United States and create some kind of authoritarian regime, if that's the way we're going, we can do things here that people simply cannot do in Morocco or Jordan or Egypt. We still have freedom of speech. We still have freedom of organization. I mean, they may try and shut this down. I'm not saying it's inviolable, but it will no longer at that point be a democracy. It will be in the sort of Neverland of Hungary, which is nominally a democracy, but is not a democracy for many purposes. My point is that democracy is a terrible system. But I hate to quote Winston Churchill, but it's the least bad of them all. And you do have the capability of doing things that you do not have in authoritarian regimes. So it will take a long time.
Incrementalism. I mean, incrementalism also serves a purpose. It's not the end all be all. But everyone plays a role is what I'm saying. Everyone plays a role. Every move you make to advance a certain goal is slowly but surely playing a role. Even when you convince like an immediate family member that they were wrong on this issue, right? Like that plays a role. They have the capacity to go and talk to others. Okay? This is important. It's important to understand. That's why I don't like cast aside anybody. I don't even fucking cast aside Marjorie Taylor Greene in general. I just have issues with, considering her a movement leader or immediately assuming that she is an ally across the board in this fight. Like I'm sorry, but I've seen too much of what she's done in the past to automatically assume that she is going to be a loyal ally in this cause. I'm not going to disparage everything that she's doing. It's great. Glad that she sees the violence and recognizes the humanity, right? But just as I don't expect Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene to start defending the Palestinian resistance, for example, I have the same exact set of expectations from others as well. Others who don't have this, former track record. Because what I find frustrating when people make this calculation between Tucker Carlson and AOC or Marjorie Taylor Greene and AOC is that they get mad at Zoran and AOC, understandably, as do I, and criticize Zoran and AOC when they don't. Okay. People get frustrated with Zoran or AOC or those who are ideologically closer to us when they don't actually, in any way, shape, or form, offer any defense of the Palestinian militancy or resistance broadly, even conceptually, right? But they don't have that same expectation from Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't understand that. And then they even take it one step further and attack someone like myself. who does actually defend the Palestinian resistance. You know? It's so strange to me. Like, I cannot, maybe it's my autism, but I cannot comprehend where the boundaries are. I just don't, when I see this like inconsistent framework that a lot of people operate off of, where it is objectively vibes based, I find it odd. I find it very strange. People are in my replies right now acting like you're directly preventing them from organizing at all is deranged behavior. Yeah, it's very, very strange behavior. This has just dominated the stream for the last few months. It's hard to keep watching. Come on, man. What is? I think it's important to make sure that we coalesce around one another and cooperate with one another, you know? It's important. We don't have the numbers. We don't have the opportunity to just like cast one another aside. Shoykat Chakrabarti says, honored to earn Ilhan Omar's endorsement. I first met her at a time when Trump was attacking her personally on a daily basis, and even then, I never saw her flinch once. Representative Omar is fearless. She has the determination and resolve to fight for what's right against the greatest odds. And she has taken huge personal risk in doing so. Representative Omar's politics of moral clarity have changed the political reality in Washington, and she is one of the strongest pro-peace and anti-war voices in Congress. She is the model for what we need from our Congress people today, and I look forward to working with her. Here, I'll give you another inconsistency. There are those I have seen that will disparage AOC and will say, like, you know, she's not serious, but then also, and love Rashida Tlaib, right? But then they also fucking hate Shoykat and will find in their minds, because they hate Shoykat, they don't trust Shoykat. And in their minds, they make this calculation where they're like, well, Rashida Tlaib and maybe Ilhan Omar are doing this endorsement because maybe Shoykat's giving them money, right? They need money, and Shoykat's probably giving them money. They don't think that there is like, you know, they don't see the inconsistency here. It's very odd. The first one, isn't an inconsistency. People are always going to be more mad at their own side because they know better than the libs/hogs. I don't think that's the appropriate way to move. I think it's important to address grievances that we might have and engage in comradely disagreements. It's normal. It happens all the time. The problem is when I do that with people like AOC, people think it's not enough. It doesn't go far enough, right? Where they think it's actually a defense across the board, unconditionally. And I also, beyond that, feel like people immediately look for ulterior motives. We become very cynical. You get more mad at leftist long-term subs than hogs. It's normal to have higher expectations from those you usually disagree with than those you expect nothing from. Sure. Part of that is because long-term subs have been in here long enough to not be so uncharitable, you know? That's what it is. It's the disappointment. It's like, you've been in here. You've given me money for months and months and months. So when you turn around on a dime and just be like, oh, I've been in here for a decade almost, but honestly, fuck you. You're a real piece of shit. You've betrayed this cause. I find that ridiculous, you know?
To change. I mean,
I see that as someone who's fallen by the wayside, someone who has unfortunately fallen victim to algorithm boosted divisiveness.
The forces of inertia in the United States in terms of policy on Israel are huge and powerful. It's not just a Zionist lobby, and it's
the trouble is you'll be charitable to them, but not Green Party candidates or people like Jill Stein. Yeah. True. I think there's a good reason for it, and I've described it over and over again. What's Jill Stein up to? What's she been doing?
It's not just Christian evangelicals who are powerful groups with money and votes and representation in the Republican Party and
Where's
the
she at?
Democratic Party. It's the military-industrial complex. It's the foreign policy establishment. They are all utterly biased in favor of Israel. I mean, you look at the foreign policy establishment from one end to the other. Everybody who's been a diplomat, everybody who's been involved in the Defense Department, the whole of and all of these so-called think tanks. I put the word "think" in scare quotes, and there's not much thinking that goes. There's
Like, for the record, I've always been much more sympathetic to PSL than the Green Party in America. I like the Green Party in the UK, right? You know, I've talked about the reasons as to why. I feel like there are opportunists out there,
There's
you know?
lemming-like thinking. They all jump off the same cliff at the same time in the same direction with the same idiotic ideas. Yeah. Those people are dead set against. And then you have biomedical, you have high tech. They're all plugged into Israel. Those are powerful forces in our society. The billionaire.
Your charitability candidates is proportional to their odds of taking power. When a populist left Green Party, a third party has gained prominence, you've supported it. The U.S. Greens are a joke, so you treat them that way. It's not personal. Yeah. If the American Green Party had any sort of sincere viability, then it would be a dramatically different calculation. Like here, I was talking to someone else about the Maureen Galindo conversation as well. And I know people get really frustrated when I bring this up, because it's like utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. And it's so funny how much time it's taken in this conversation, how much bandwidth it's taken here. But, like, Maureen Galindo has seen unspeakable violence, right? As many of us has as well. But as an unknown entity that is a loose cannon, that very clearly doesn't have the same fundamentals that, like, you know, Chris Rabb has. You know, decades of advocacy, decades of work that I can point to. Just because someone has flipped on a dime and has seen this violence and is now communicating about this violence, but sometimes in ways that are definitely insane, who said things like, you know, Jews control Hollywood and you know, operate a synagogue of Satan and things of that nature. Like, why the fuck would I go out to bat for a person like that when I don't even know what she's going to say tomorrow? When I don't agree with that, you know? And people, I think, genuinely lean into more and more unhinged people because they're frustrated. But I see that, especially at a time when I have this insane fucking microscope that I exist under, where people come in here and say, hey man, you have to take this candidate seriously, when they are not taking themselves fucking seriously. And that actually will have impact on other serious candidates that I'm aligned with. Like, why the fuck would why would I do that? This person has done nothing to establish credibility in this space. This person has done nothing that I have seen beyond being an anti-Zionist, seemingly, ostensibly, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm over here working with people like Adam Hamawi, Abdul El-Sayed, Chris Rabb, who just won his primary, and numerous others all around the country. And you want all of that work to fall by the wayside for the canon of the barrage of attack ads to just form on its own, for me to step on a fucking landmine of someone who I don't agree with overall, who is an entity that I'm unfamiliar with altogether, in a fucking race where there's no guarantee that she's going to win regardless. And you are just like deeply unserious. You're like, you have to do this. You have to endorse this person. It's fucking insane. It's insane. Why would I do that? Like, if she was a relative newcomer and she wasn't running around saying, you know, in the past, or promoting statements like Hollywood is the synagogue of Satan, owned by Jews, if she wasn't doing any of that shit, if she didn't believe that kind of stuff, if she had like a decent approach to this issue, even then it would be a risky decision to just like go out to bat and endorse someone, right? But at least I would be more willing to entertain it. I'm going to say it. These people are stupid and lack discernment. They want you to act towards politics in the way they do, the seat of their pants, and reacting to whatever gets offered up on their For You page. A little bit. I feel like many people haven't seen that stuff because you only briefly covered it. I mean, I did cover that angle as well, though. I think I have a fairly nuanced approach to this issue as well, because I don't think it's the appropriate thing to like endorse our opponent too. Look, the people of San Antonio will make their fucking decision, you know? But I'm not going to fucking go out of my way. It's very dumb. Yeah, it's a monitor from afar type situation. It doesn't help that the people condemning her are condemning probably the least objectionable thing she said, the ice camps thing, and not that Jesus was combating the same synagogue of Satan 2,000 years ago that we are today. Yeah, I know. It doesn't. But that's the calculation I'm making when I say, like, yeah, I'm not going to fucking go out to bat for this person. Y'all are insane. Because at that point, it's like, I mean, you might as well, if that's the only thing you care about, then like the reality of the matter is, it's like, okay, go out to bat for fucking Nicholas Fuentes too then, you know? He's anti-Israel too, ostensibly. Dan Bilzerian is too. Even if Maureen Galindo's like fundamentals are not, firmly established in the ideological commitment to fascism, in the same way that Nicholas Fuentes' ideology is. But like some people do unironically slip into the Groyperism of it all. They become fans of Candace Owens, for example. And make no mistake, in that conversation, Maureen Galindo's worldview, while still baked with half-cock theories and unvarnished anti-Semitism, like, is considered to be objectionable in comparison to the worldview of a objectively Zionist, DMFI-endorsed cop who wants to fund ICE. Okay? And that's ridiculous. This entire system is busted. In a world where no one has, or in a world where light condemnations every now and then are given to the likes of Randy Fine, but the very same Democrats that are never going to condemn Randy Fine whatsoever will say, oh, I'm going to work to expel this person if she's actually elected into office every single day. Yeah, of course I'm going to fucking bring out the fact that there is a ridiculous double standard here. Okay? I've never seen any other streamer get held hostage being asked to prove their loyalty over and over like you do. Then people say you are audience captured. No wonder normies are weirded out by leftist politics. Yeah. But I do try to use this as a opportunity to fucking, educate people on the broader problem.
Those powerful sectors of the economy and those important voting blocks, which have money and
no one is asking you to go out and bat for her. Is it too much for you to criticize AOC endorsing a cop? Wait, what? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I did do that already. And I literally just did that again. I reiterated that point. I have done that. The fuck? I did it yesterday and also just now. It's so fucking frustrating, bro. I feel like people just want black and white thinking, they don't hear it, maybe. I mean, you're a subscriber. You literally can just rewind if you didn't catch it. It's the Nithya interview all over again where people criticize you for not doing what you objectively did. Yeah, it's very strange. People are just like, people are posturing against what they think I've done rather than just like looking into it themselves.
And
yeah. Here's a 1-minute clip.
And the biggest error, in my opinion, was for her to then turn around and endorse Johnny Garcia. Okay? If you're in Texas 35, go vote for Johnny Garcia. Okay? That's ridiculous. You are under no obligation at all to endorse and push for a fucking sheriff that is pro-ICE and also pro-Israel. That's crazy. Does that clarify my position? I mean, that's from yesterday. Anti-Semitism aside, Galindo is also an insane person who would not be a strong ally in Congress. Sometimes people who you agree with on an issue can be such a bad advocate that they actively make your efforts harder. A bad advocate on your side can be just as detrimental as a good advocate on your enemy's side. Khalidi made the same point in this interview. Yeah. I was wrong. Okay. Thank you. Uncle Jenk Uber got quotes in the Atlantic. 2 features for the American left. The dust up over... Oh, it's Arash Azizi. I don't want to even fucking give this the time of day. Get out of here. Anyway, my point is... Here's my point, okay? My point is, as long as people like AOC prop up those to the left of her over and over again and keep pushing the conversation and don't like make unbelievably egregious red line inducing errors, which I'll be honest, she has done that in the past. Like we're working tirelessly for a ceasefire. The calculation that she made there is a horrible one. Okay. But even then, there's a give and take. There's a push and pull. As long as she's still committed to building out this movement, then what can I do? You know what I mean? What am I supposed to do? Of course, I'm going to receive that with grace and say that it's a positive thing overall, especially when it's matched up with the rest of her actions. AOC support seems to be a normative position in her faction. Yeah, I don't care about this faction and the normative position in this faction. Yeah. I also don't know Tallarico at all. And Tallarico is already backed by a liberal, third way adjacent centrist think tank anyway. I think, he's great for fucking, Ken Paxton. This is the thing. Endorsing a candidate who's pro-constitutional camps for immigrants and pro-genocide is not a red line for her. She could have said nothing. Stuff like this is why people don't trust her. I think so too. And it just bubbles up. And it causes people to be... look, it's the same thing with Shoykot. People see what they see. They see Shoykot's actions locally, and they just laser in on that, and that causes them to mistrust Shoykot. So anything else he's ever done leading up to his candidacy is irrelevant, right? Justice Democrats, irrelevant. Green New Deal, irrelevant. Working with Bernie and AOC all the way back in 2015, 2016, irrelevant. What's relevant is the decisions that he made and the money that he gave to Daniel Lurie. And I understand why people are frustrated by that. I understand why people are skeptical of that. And I try to show you the bigger picture, okay? The problem is most people just, they lack the nuance. They just don't. They don't see it. They don't see the other stuff. Or at least once that skepticism is set in with AOC or even with Shoykot Chakrabarti, it's over. Every other thing that they've done that actually goes against their prior their prior assessment of this person being an asset or an enemy is cast aside or analyzed from this deeply skeptical lens where it's like, oh, Rashida and Ilhan are probably not making this calculation that, someone like myself has made as well. It's actually probably because of some other ulterior motive.
Foreign policy running the United States of America overall. It's just simply not true. Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief. Donald Trump is running this government, not Bibi Netanyahu, not the Israelis. And I think what you're seeing is some of the most grotesque language, which is pure anti-Semitism, that's just not going to be tolerated. And I'm glad to see that we have members on the other side of the aisle who are calling this out where it stands, because we cannot allow this kind of rhetoric to continue. We have to be very bold and stand firmly against it so the American people can clearly see where everybody stands on this issue. And I'll add, before we turn it over to Josh, and I'll add that when you walk around the state of Florida or any other part of this country, most people find this to be just as disgusting as the three of us on this panel find it disgusting.
Yeah, politicians accused of anti-Semitism. Israeli government is as evil as Hamas.
again, it's so funny because like Maureen Galindo pledged to jail American Zionists. Like that is not the actual, anti-Semitic side. I mean, she's fucking crazy. But the shit that she said that's like actually anti-Semitic are, the things that they're not even talking about.
Well, that's an interesting point, Congressman. Congressman Gottheimer, what's your response to that, first of all? I mean, just to kind of unify around this issue.
I totally agree with what Byron just said, and I appreciate that, because there is zero place in our politics for this kind of hatred. And whether it's anti-American, anti-Semitic, or frankly, against any group, it should be unacceptable.
Yeah, except for Muslims, because Josh Gottheimer himself has said Islamophobic shit literally in Congress around Muslim congresspersons, as a matter of fact.
In our country and in our politics. But what you're seeing right now is this rise of hatred on the far left and the far right.
Hatred against the beautiful state of Israel, which is my emotional support apartheid state that's doing a genocide. And if you actually say anything about it, I am a Jewish man after all. Okay, if you say something about Israel, then all of a sudden I'm going to say this is anti-Semitic. How dare you? This kind of conversation is so ridiculous. Like, imagine fucking saying this about any other country. Oh my God, I can't believe you're shitting on Saudi Arabia. How can you do that? I'm Muslim. That's really fucked up. Oh, you recognize the Armenian genocide? Well, I'm a Muslim Turk and you're being Turkophobic. You're being Islamophobic. Fucking ridiculous. Everyone would laugh you out of every fucking room. But of course, because Israel has tremendous amounts of clout in Congress and a multi-million-dollar sophisticated influence peddling operation and a lobbying arm, you can say this kind of shit and people have to take you seriously. Okay? Ridiculous.
Right? You've got streamers like Hassan Piker and Candace Owens who promote it, who encourage it, as Byron said, who push it out online and spew such hatred. Like Hassan Piker calling Jews pig dogs, and you've got Candace Owens questioning whether the Holocaust ever occurred. She's a denier, right? Things like that are so disgusting. And then, of course,
it's not a thing that took place. Okay, this is also another fucking annoying thing where we play this like game of telephone where they're like, Hassan Piker called Jews pig dogs. First of all, no, I didn't. Okay, the clip that you're referencing is me yelling at someone who's like defending Israel's violence, and I'm saying you're a bloodthirsty pig dog. You decided that person is Jewish, for the record. Okay, and secondly, no one even fucking knew, myself included, that this was like supposed to be anti-Semitic. The only instance where I've ever fucking heard this term being used, is Red Alert when they go capitalist pig dog. Okay. Fucking ridiculous. It's like not even a real point of contention. People don't even bring this shit up.
You had this candidate just this week in Texas, right? This Democratic candidate who said,
why did you get banned for that then? What the fuck? Wait, what? No, I didn't. I didn't get banned for that. What are you talking about? That's not a thing that happened.
That Jews and Zionists should be put in concentration camps, right? And just said it like it was nothing. Of course, the Republicans are pushing it along so that other people see it. But, we should be very clear that that is not only not welcome in the Democratic Party, but we are going to be.
No. I got banned for calling someone a Zionist, insert in bracket, animal. Okay? Like an animal name. One specific animal. That wasn't like a pig dog or something like that. No. That's that's what I mean. It's a totally separate instance. The ADL, you were banned. You streamed on YouTube after the ban. No, that's not. Why are you explaining to me what I got fucking banned for, you idiot? No, this is a totally separate thing that he's fucking bringing up. And he's confusing even people in my chat. And they're trying to explain to me why I got fucking banned. No, the only reason why I got banned is because the ADL went to Twitch, okay, and made Twitch change its terms of service. That's a thing that happened. Okay, where Twitch made Zionists a protected subgroup. So when I call someone a Nazi pig, for example, there's no ban. It's not, Nazi is not a protected group. Okay. Or if I call someone even an Islamist, You know, an Islamist fundamentalist pig or something like that. That's not a bannable offense. Okay? It is, however, a bannable offense to use any kind of animal name, any kind of animal and Zionist together. Okay? That is, yeah, I can call hogs pigs all day. I can call Republicans pigs all day. Fascist pigs, Republican pigs, Democrat pigs. You could say that. The only group that you're not allowed to say that about is the ideology of Zionism. Those who believe the ideology of Zionism. That's it. And that is because the ADL changed the rules on Twitch. That is the reason why I got banned. For no other reason. I think the Gottheimer thing is come on, when you say Orthodox Jewish Israeli settlers animal name. No, no. The Orthodox the Orthodox settlers one was me saying me using the term inbred.
We're going to say
anyway, none of this fucking matters, okay? The reason why they're doing it is not because of that. The reason why they're doing this is because I'm fucking anti-Israel, and that's it. And not only am I anti-Israel, but also mainstream media actually fucking gives me the time of day, despite my anti-Zionist position. And that is what's so fucking frustrating, okay? That's it. That's the real problem. If I was pro-Israel and I was saying whatever kind of fucking heinous shit they claim that I'm saying, they wouldn't have an issue with that at all. They don't have an issue with Randy Fine, for example.
speak at the top of our lungs and say, get out, you're not welcome here, you're not part of this party or this country.
Look, not to go all Leo Tolstoy on both of you, but when you...
Yeah, I wonder who's closer between Josh Gottheimer being unlimited support for Israel and even fucking Maureen Galindo, who is objectively anti-Semitic and has said anti-Semitic shit, but is anti-Israel. Who is closer to the average Democrat voter at this point? That's what's so funny about this conversation is that, like, look, I don't agree with Maureen Galindo, but the fact that she is anti-Israel, regardless of how fucking unhinged she is, puts her in a closer attitude to the average Democrat than fucking Josh Gottheimer, who's like maximum support to the state of Israel. That's just literally, objectively the truth. So, my argument always is, if you don't want people like Maureen Galindo to gain any sort of prominence whatsoever, then run actual fucking anti-Zionists. But the party only runs pro-Israel people. So, of course, sometimes people who run against the pro-Israel people gain a lot of fucking prominence from the audience who find themselves making a difficult decision. Maybe they don't find it as difficult, as a matter of fact, because they go, well, what am I supposed to do? I'm going to fucking vote for the anti-Israel candidate. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. And Facebook commenters are literally on board with her message. Is the Sean Hannity interview still happening? No, he escaped. He pushed it back. Yeah, every day that gas becomes more and more expensive, every day that we rip apart the strategic reserves that we have is a day where people absolutely fucking associate Israel with that price increase and get more frustrated at Israel.
Tolerate hate and wickedness in your party and any party. You yield this sometimes. And we watched Kamala Harris either write in her book and then say it on camera. Look, couldn't pick Josh Shapiro, who's the governor of Pennsylvania, because he's...
Okay, I don't give a shit about this. Josh Gottheimer is a bitch. And a far more malign influence in American politics than anything I could have ever done.
Turning now, strong pushback on Capitol Hill.
All right, let's talk about, speaking of gas, Lamont, I find it fascinating that Fox News would post a story like this. What is this? A Georgia handyman swapped his car for a pink Barbie car toy to beat rising gas prices. Mauli Hightower pulled a broken Power Wheels dream camper out of the trash and installed a small gas engine from a power washer to give him an alternative to speed around town instead of his usual mode of transportation. His 1996 Mercedes-Benz convertible typically costs about $90 to fill. The tiny pink vehicle tops out around 35 miles per hour and is now turning heads everywhere as he goes. Everywhere he goes, as Americans search for cheaper ways to get around. You know what's funny? This guy is still supporting Trump. That's what's so funny about it. I'm willing to bet this guy's going to be like, yeah, you know, I did this thing and I still love my president and I feel patriotic driving around in my Barbie dream car.
I'm about to pull up. Gas is getting too high, so I got to do what I can. I can't do my regular cars. I got to do my little mini cars. So if I can get $1 on pump 6, that'll be great. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We're going to take some of that $4 gas.
By the way, we are literally subjecting ourselves to Cuba conditions right now. Once again, because of Israel. That right there is literally ingenuity. It's wonderful. It's brilliant. Love it. Also, that's what people in Cuba have to do, right? You don't have to do that in America. America is the developed nation state. And also on top of that, not in the crosshairs of a much larger, imperial superpower, right? In the way that Cuba is. And yet we are doing that to ourselves. We are doing that to ourselves right now. Fucking awesome. Great. Anyway, speaking of countries, third world nations that America obviously represents, for the record, again, because of our own unlimited appetite for death and destruction around the world, we are basically punishing ourselves. Donald Trump has an anti-DOJ, or Trump's DOJ has created an anti-weaponization fund. This is, of course, here we are, happening in the heels of Donald Trump trying to sue the IRS into submission to the tune of $10 billion with his own former defense attorney that is now the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche. Let's take a look.
Over potential taxpayer-funded payouts to President Trump's allies as part of a deal with the Justice Department. And it is not just Democrats raising objections. Many Senate Republicans have objected as well. And this could have all kinds of ripple effects on the president's legislative agenda. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House with the details. Ed, good morning.
Major, good to see you. A closed-door meeting on Capitol Hill with Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, for example, left many Republicans still unsure about this Justice Department fund. Some senators say they pressed for answers and walked away wanting even more clarity on who exactly might get paid. One lawmaker called the fund a, quote, curveball that nobody anticipated, as skepticism, especially among Republicans, continues to grow. The Trump administration's new so-called anti-weaponization fund now is costing the president in another way. It's stalling a major Trump priority to fund border security and immigration and customs enforcement. The nearly $1.8 billion fund created by the Justice Department to compensate people who say they were targeted by government actions is drawing intense pushback from Democrats.
People are hurting, and this administration is acting as if the American people are their ATM.
And now a growing number of Republicans, like North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis, who calls the fund, quote, a payout pot for punks.
Under what circumstances would it ever make sense to provide restitution for people who were either pled guilty or were found guilty in a court of law?
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche tried to make the case to Republican senators in what sources described as a tense meeting. Senator Tommy Tuberville told CBS News Blanche said there would be no compensation for those who assaulted law enforcement. CBS News has reached out to the Justice Department for comment. The confusion is fueling Republican frustration.
This is just stupid on stilts.
But the White House continues to defend the fund.
This settlement is just a small measure of the justice that they are owed.
Among those who say they are owed, Enrique Tarrio, a leader of the Proud Boys.
This is
convicted,
awesome.
Then pardoned by the president for helping organize the insurrection.
You know, I lost a lot. I was in solitary confinement for 3 years, just in legal fees, right? I'm at like $1.25 million.
Another thing dividing the GOP is the Iran war. In the House, they'd scheduled the vote to limit the president's power over the war. It likely would have passed against the White House's wishes and is now scheduled for June. Gail?
All right, Ed, to be continued for sure. Thanks a lot. Major, it's interesting to see the pushback from the Republicans. What does this all mean?
So, look, the White House still might muscle this through. It has a long track record of muscling through, even when Senate Republicans or House Republicans object for a moment or two. So you have to keep that in mind. But there are new problems for the White House because Bill Cassidy now has no loyalty to the White House. He lost last Saturday. John Cornyn might not have any loyalty to the White House after.
Can I just say, the very fact that Bill Cassidy and John Cornyn are only now, or well, not John Cornyn necessarily, but like Bill Cassidy is the best example of this. The very fact that Bill Cassidy is only now deciding to take certain actions against Donald Trump because he's on a vengeance quest implies that every single Republican in Congress is a complete and utter demon. They all know what the fuck they're doing, okay? This is proof of what we knew here already. They all know that there is no real audience for the decisions that they're making. They're serving an audience of one, Donald Trump. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. There is no moral conviction here. They're just slaves to Donald Trump, who's a slave to Israel. So I guess they're doubly slaved by Israel. But, just understand that. If you are in any way, shape, or form confused about whether or not these guys know what they're doing, just know they know exactly what they're doing. Okay? They know exactly what they're doing. They don't care. They know what they're doing is wrong. They know what they're doing is immoral. They know what they're doing is bad for their voters. They don't give a shit. It's great.
Tuesday, if he loses runoff with Ken Paxton, that now creates 5 or 6 Senate Republicans who have no vested interest anymore in helping the president move his agenda. That could be problematic.
I'll say.
All right, Major. Thank you.
This is the most flagrantly, staggeringly, obscenely corrupt thing that Trump has ever done in office. I have in my hand what purports.
Dude, this is so funny. Legal Eagle is pissed off. I mean, it's true, by the way. Everything he's saying is true. This January 6th shit is so fucking insane. And not only that, but he also argued for a carve out where the IRS, where he has protection against, IRS actions in the future too. It's fucking ridiculous.
To be the settlement of Trump's claims against the IRS for the disclosure of his tax agreements. That is a lie. That is a fraud on the American people. What Trump is doing here is creating an illegal fund of billions of dollars to pay out whomever he chooses, including and especially the traitors who breached the Capitol and tried to overturn the election to turn it over in Trump's favor. My blood is boiling. This is a new low for this administration. And this is an administration that has been rife with corruption and illegality, but this is probably the worst thing that they have done so far. Now, suffice to say, the president cannot take taxpayer money and give it to whomever he wants. But this unbelievably, ironically named anti-weaponization fund is exactly that. He's going to pay out his friends, his family, and domestic terrorists. And that's just who we know about. I'm frankly running out of adjectives. This is theft. This is corruption. This is treason. If he gets away with this, there are simply no more limits, at least with respect to what Trump can do with taxpayer money. If he can pay out billions with a B to his cronies without any real oversight, I don't know, are we done as a country? At best, this is Orban-esque. But this is frankly verging into Putin territory. And of course, the corruption cherry.
No, it is. Not verging, it is. It's 1,000,000% in violation of everything this government has ever stood for theoretically. Okay? It is 100% full-blown Turkification. This is like those who are fresh off the boat from third world countries, developing nations around the world, have already experienced a version of this in their countries. I've seen it in Turkey. This is literally unheard of in America, to do this in broad daylight. No sophistication whatsoever. So openly, so nakedly cruel and incompetent, and also directly just engaging in the act of theft. It is, I've never seen anything like it happening in America. I never thought that this would happen in America. This is literally the one thing that every fresh off the boat immigrant's parents will say does not happen in America, right? It's a failure of the system. It's done.
On top of the corruption Sunday is that Trump is personally ending and forbearing all audits and suits into his businesses and his family's finances. Oh, and the government is issuing him an apology as well. Wonderful. Now, we're talking about this as if it is a legal settlement to the claims that he had against the government that he has control over. But it is not. This is not a settlement. This has about as much to do with a legal settlement as a shoehorn has to do with a French horn. I'm reluctant to even talk about the legalities or the legal aspects of this because there's nothing legal about this. There was no process here. There was no judicial review. There was no decision by a fact finder or a jury. This is simply Trump taking.
Yeah. Trump literally said, give me $1 billion and we'll call it a day. It's incredible. I still, it's genuinely unbelievable how bad this is. I genuinely, I don't know what to say. Because it's straight up stealing money from the American taxpayer for himself. But he can do anything he wants with it. And you know who actually put it? You know who actually fucking, wrote the standards of this agreement? Trump's own defense attorney, Todd Blanche, who is the current acting defense attorney, now, or acting attorney general, because the previous attorney general, who also was another Trump defense attorney, was fired. Both of his fucking attorney generals are his defense attorneys. It's insane.
Power and paying it out to whomever he wants to. That being said, the fig leaf that they are using to cover up their own manifest corruption and illegality is that this was related to a demand that Trump had for $10 billion related to the 2020 disclosure of his tax returns by a contractor at the IRS. Now, we are in the process of writing and filming a video that goes into much more detail about the legal aspects and really more relevant here, the illegal aspects of what's happening. That's going to come out in a few days. But suffice to say, Trump's suit was unbelievably bogus. Again, you can sue anyone for anything and claim that you're entitled to however much money you want. But in that case, in the best of circumstances, a disclosure of those kind of tax returns would be limited to $1,000 per disclosure. And the statute of limitations is 2 years, which has long since elapsed. Oh, and by the way, the president who was in control of the IRS at the time that those tax returns were disclosed was President Trump himself. Oh, and the irony here is that yes, while leaking tax returns is illegal, the only reason the American people didn't already have Trump's tax returns is that he refused to turn them over like every single other presidential candidate does as a matter of course when they run for president. And of course, which he pledged to eventually release and never did. But he was probably withholding them because he was looking down the barrel of hundreds of millions of dollars of fines related to his tax crimes, including double dipping. Crimes which he has now given himself immunity. And those crimes, and
not just himself. I said this earlier too, but his shithead family members, including his dickhead kids, his sons, and his companies as well. Dude, it's kind of awesome how open and how naked this corruption is. It is remarkable to watch it unfold. And then it's remarkable to watch it unfold and then have like his cult look at this and go, what now, libtard? Yeah, he's stealing from me. Fuck you. He deserves it. We are truly in uncharted territory. Like, this is Donald Trump's I can execute someone on Fifth Avenue and my fans would still love me moment. This is straight up an execution. This is the thing that Republicans fucking hate the most, right? If they had any ideological commitment to a movement or a belief system bigger than Donald Trump, this would be it. What do Republicans complain about all the time? Oh, man, the government is so corrupt. Oh, man, where are my tax dollars going? Well, it turns out your tax dollars are going to Donald Trump and whoever he wants to give your tax dollars to. So if you personally don't look at the situation and go, this is insane. Okay, a chatter brought up a really good point, and I have to address it. He said, well, they claimed they hated pedophilia too, and here we are. Okay, fair. Fair. At this point, to expect Republicans to care about anything beyond whatever makes Trump happy is a silly endeavor. Okay? The only thing Republicans are animated by is to praise dear fucking leader. He doesn't take his salary, though. Brother,
What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, he doesn't take his like meager wages in comparison to how much he has literally done insider trading. There's no fucking way you're that stupid, right? That has to be bait. Who even brings that up at this point? Yeah, he doesn't need a salary. He's made like $6 billion since he became president, you fucking idiot.
The tax crimes of his family members and businesses were not even part of his suit against the IRS. He's just throwing them in because why not? The New York Times is reporting that the IRS actually issued a 20-page report on how bogus this suit was. This suit was a joke, and frankly, on this channel, we treated it as such because it was so stupid and so brazen. And frankly, we thought the worst that was going to come from it was that it was just going to be tossed out of court and it was going to waste taxpayer resources. My God, how wrong we were. But what became legitimately interesting is that the judge in that case realized that there was a problem. Trump was not only the plaintiff in this case, but also the defendant. He controlled the IRS and the Department of Justice. And so the judge appointed what are called amici to discuss whether there was something called a case in controversy. You can't just sue yourself. You can't collude with a friend to sue over something and get a payout when there's no real controversy and there's no adversity. And the judge correctly realized that. And because the Trump Department of Justice couldn't be trusted to actually defend that suit, they appointed an amici to discuss that particular issue. Oh, and by the way, the entire lodestone of right-wing judicial theory right now rests on what's called the unitary executive theory, which purports that there is no distinction between the president and anyone in the executive branch, which even by that particular theory meant that Trump was suing himself and absolutely could not have recovered from the public coffers from his bogus BS case. But the fact that Trump sued himself as the sitting president is a scandal in and of itself. The fact that the interim head of the Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, is Trump's personal lawyer who should have been conflicted out of that position, that is a scandal. The fact that we even got to this point alone shows us how low the bar has got. Trump's lawsuit had about as much legal basis as your average sovereign citizen nonsense who claims that they can drive a car without a license or isn't required to pay taxes. As you can tell, I'm angry. And what's worse is that right-wing news sources are simply ignoring this because it is absolutely indefensible. But honestly, I don't think people understand how bad this really is. This settlement creates a slush fund that will be controlled by a 5-member board, which of course...
What Trump is doing is literally how libs portrayed Kim Jong-un, the Castros, Hugo Chavez, the CCP, the Central Committee of the USSR, etc., in order to justify their own system that produced Donald Trump. Absolutely. No, this level of naked corruption is far beyond the most exaggerated claims that liberals make about like our socialist adversaries. Okay, like even the way that we present foreign adversaries as like corrupt autocracies don't get to this level. Vladimir Putin doesn't do this in broad daylight. Recep Tayyip Erdogan doesn't do this in broad daylight in the way that Trump is doing, because that's how fucking stupid the average American hog is. Like, I'm telling you, I'm Turkish. I grew up in this fucking environment. I've seen Recep Tayyip Erdogan engage in unbelievable levels of corruption by way of his family. And even then, there is a legal process, or at least like some kind of fake legal process, or some kind of shelter from the average Turkish citizen directly seeing the Erdogan regime go, give me the fucking tax dollars. I'm going to put it in my pocket and I'm going to protect my family members directly in broad daylight. It's actually insane. So in some ways, Donald Trump isn't lying when he says he's the most transparent president. It's just that he is transparently and nakedly corrupt. He is unbelievably transparent in a way where no other fucking tyrant even is that transparent, because they at least know that if they were to be that transparent in their naked corruption, their brazen corruption, then their own fans would probably rise up and revolt.
Course, is appointed by Trump. He can add or remove members as he sees fit. There will effectively be no oversight whatsoever. And by the terms of this settlement, they can basically choose to hand out money to whomever they want under whatever criteria they want. And you can bet that they will pay out whoever Trump wants. There are no real guardrails here. This is pure patronage for a king. The language allows the board to pay whoever they want. They can pay Trump if he wants to, under any criteria. But make no mistake, President Trump...
Yeah, like someone actually brought up a good point. At least Erdogan took all that fucking funds, took all those funds, and gave it to his son-in-law,
But then his son-in-law at least built like a fucking indigenous defense manufacturing business that's like fairly competitive. This is just Trump literally saying like, give me the billions. I'll give it to some people that were a part of this insurrection, my own paramilitary force. And then the rest I'll pocket on my own. There's nothing you can do about it. You know? Again, in fucking broad daylight. June 1st, 1933, the Fund of German Trade and Industries created a huge slush fund administered by Martin Bormann in the Fuhrer's name. The regime used the funds to compensate SS stormtroopers who committed street violence, subsidize the SS, and enrich Nazi party officials. Yeah, this is actually kind of worse than that because it's not even an organized militia. I guess I'm happy that we don't have an organized SS-style paramilitary formation yet. But Trump is just giving this to like random fucking HVAC business owners who storm the halls of the Capitol. And also his own, like he's going to just fund his own damn self. Oh, true. I mean, we have ICE. I guess you're right. We have ICE. ICE has become de facto that.
Is raping the public treasury for his own gratification. And this slush fund agreement, it's a troll. It purports to claim that Trump is not being paid out. But if you give someone an account with billions of dollars in it and they have control as to how it's paid, even if that account isn't in their name, if they have sole control over it, it's their money. And that's exactly what they've done here. Now, we don't know exactly who will be compensated.
Well, sir, I'll have you know that it's not directly in Trump's pockets. It's actually a 5-person committee appointed by Trump's defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Trump's defense attorney, Todd Blanche, who is now the acting attorney general of the United States of America. So technically, who knows what that hand-selected 5-person committee will decide on who gets to have what kind of money. Do it how JD would, rage bait? Yeah. Actually, this is an important point to make about truth and justice. It's obvious that lawfare took place against the bravest soldiers that were simply patriotic and wanted to see the inside of Capitol Hill. And these people suffered. For years, they didn't get to see their families. For what reason? Because they love Donald Trump? Well, I say it's appropriate to compensate them.
I mean, it's not even compensation. Bribed? But we do know for sure that it will include some or all of the January 6ers, the terrorists who tried to overthrow the government. Of course, they were pardoned, and that is an unfathomable scandal alone. But effectively, what this committee is going to do is they are going to pay out the people who tried to overthrow the government to put Trump in power. These are convicted criminals. The fact that they were later pardoned by Trump doesn't change.
So many of them are pedophiles.
The fact that these are treasonous pieces of excrement who tried to stab our democracy in its heart. Trump has already paid out millions of dollars to traitors like Michael Flynn, who filed another bogus lawsuit. But this doesn't even require people to file a lawsuit. You can bet that some or all of the people who invaded the Capitol on January 6th are going to get massive paydays. Now, in a press release, Todd Blanche said that the settlement fund was going to include $1776 billion to pay out whomever this committee wants. And of course, everyone in the media breathlessly reported that as the number, approximately $1.8 billion with a B dollars to convicted criminals, among other people that Trump wants to give patronage to. But here's the thing. Nowhere in this settlement does it mention that dollar amount. And the particular fund that they're pulling from, one of the DOJ's settlement funds, is an ongoing appropriation, but there's not necessarily a limit. And certainly there is no limit in this settlement agreement that limits them to $1.
Someone said, why is it Nick Shirley talking about this? Because Trump is benevolent. Because Nick Shirley was at January 6th. So technically, he could actually demand some fucking compensation too. Maybe that's why he's not asking questions. He could get paid. He could get breaded up. On God, say you're lying? No, it's not. It's not a lie. Was he actually? I didn't know. Yes. I mean, technically, I don't think you could actually try him in court
because he's mentally deficient. And at most, you can try his mother in court because she's the one who escorts him around. I don't think you could actually convict Nick Shirley of any crime because he is not mentally competent enough to stand trial.
$1.8 billion. And like I said, the terms are so ambiguous that they can pay out whoever they want. $1 billion for Don Jr.? Sure, he was targeted by lawfare. $500 million for election tampering Tina Peters? Great, she was pardoned.
Wait, is he like actually intellectually disabled? Have you heard him speak?
$10 billion for the Republican National Convention? Of course. $1 billion for rebuilding Trump Tower? Why not? Of course, Obama did something that requires remuneration. $800 million for Russian hackers? Absolutely. Step right up and get...
Yeah, dude, Nick went to Minneapolis, Murderapolis, and openly demonstrated that he did not know what a mall was, what a medical plaza was. He just he legitimately was like, oh, why are there so many competing businesses in the same area? What?
Get the money. Just make up a claim that says you were targeted by some past administration. There is absolutely no real criteria that is enforceable.
You want to know what's even crazier than Nick Shitley? The well of depravity is endless in America. And the market forces are demanding something even worse than Nick Shirley. And that's how you arrive at Chud the Builder. So Nick Shirley isn't even the final evolution of conservative stupidity. The market forces are now demanding someone even worse. A guy that runs around and basically says the N, not basically, a guy that runs around and says the N-word with a hard R to black people, and then he runs back to his car where he has a gun, where he'll just pull out his gun and brandish his weapon or threaten the people that get offended by it. Okay? And I have said already, yes, that's a real guy. His name is Chud the Builder. I said this already, but I think that's not even the worst version of this. Okay, he's going to prison regardless, Chud the Builder is. But the worst version of this is going to be a guy that just simply barks at black people and grunts at black people. There's one step beyond a guy who says the N-word at black people, and that is just a guy who can't form sentences. A guy who just simply grunts in the direction of black and brown people. Just fucking wait. We are going to get to that point, okay? I promise you, there's probably someone out there right now that sees the market and where it's moving and thinks this is the best possible thing to do. A guy who just cannot talk, like a guy who is incapable of communicating with human beings, who just goes, ugh.
And it's just going to be whatever Trump wants and whomever Trump wants to give money to. He's going to pay some of the people who invaded the Capitol and tried.
What a liberal ass take. The Klan will be live streaming on Kick within a year. Buddy, the Klan is already fucking streaming on Kick.
To turn the election in his favor, and he might be prepaying the next people. He could say, hey, as long as you use this money to go buy a bunch of AR-15s and be in Washington next January 6th, great, go out and do it. As if pardoning the people who committed crimes for Trump's benefit weren't bad enough. Now he's going to pay people to do it in the future. I simply do not have words for this. These people are brown shirts. They are Nazis. They are Trump's personal Praetorian Guard, and now they get taxpayer funding. Congratulations. And even if it were limited just to $1.8 billion, that is a staggering amount of money. With that, you could fund the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and Voice of America.
Woke. Well, okay, well, that one is literally fucking CIA cutout. I mean, I don't give a shit about funding Voice of America, but again, woke public broadcasting, excuse me, woke Eagle.
And still have enough left over to fully fund the National Endowment for the Arts. I think it's hard for lay people to grasp just how much money a single $1 billion, let alone $1.8 billion, let alone an unlimited amount of money that is not defined in the settlement agreement. And this was always the plan. They have been discussing a payout for the January 6ers for over a year. They just happened to use this as a vehicle for maximum secrecy and a fig leaf of a legal process. Under the terms of this agreement, all of this will be confidential. There will be no accountability to the American people. We will not know who gets this money if this is allowed to go through. We won't know how much money they get. At most, there will be a report given to Todd Blanche as the acting head of the Department of Justice, but he is not bound, nor do I ever expect that he would release any of those reports in the future. And of course, this whole commission expires right before the next president takes power. I mean, I probably don't need to tell you that all of this is flagrantly illegal. The general counsel for the US Treasury, who was appointed by Trump and confirmed by a Republican Senate, resigned as a result of this incredible document of corruption. But yes, I will make the obvious point. This is illegal. This kind of action would require an appropriation from Congress, which it obviously does not have. The Anti-Deficiency Act, which we've talked about.
There's no such thing as illegal. Illegal doesn't exist. Okay? Nothing is illegal if there's no enforcement. Yeah. We are now in a very postmodern interpretation of the law, where it's just not a thing. Like the concept of illegal action, at least for the president, is not a real thing. I mean, that's also constitutionally protected too. Like we have straight up created new hurdles for the president to ever be prosecuted for things that he does as president.
A lot, and which Trump has violated uncounted number of times, makes it a felony to dole out money that has not been appropriated by Congress. And no, I don't believe that the appropriation...
Damn, this guy's good.